You're having yourself a fantastic Sunday. Welcome back to another episode of the Guild of Trunarth. With me having the entirety of the party here, just to have a little shits and giggles a little bit. I'm also changing the audio so that way it works just fine for everybody. So, hope y'all are having yourself a good time. Um, if you guys want to go ahead and watch from this perspective here on my channel, or if you're watching it from Breaker's perspective, who is live, then more than free to do so, as chats are linked on both ends. Thanks to our resident Dav.
Yes, thank you, Dav.
Yeah. And we do have our usual party here, and we're just going to be continuing off from last time, which it's been a little bit, but hopefully we're able to make it a bit more consistent as the weeks follow. And we're just going to go straight into it. So, last time that we had met up, you were just kind of getting through a little bit of things here in Phandalin, as in the middle of the night, you were suddenly ambushed by the Red Band ruffians, in a very unexpected but very frustrating sort of means. And as you finish out on combat, seeing the red, at least having at least the good idea that the Red Band ruffians have escaped upwards, or at least outwards of the inn itself, we find that your party familiar, Davwyn, aka Paarth, is nowhere to be found. And we will get to your situation, Paarth, here in just a moment, as we'll be fixated upon the party itself.
Of course.
Yep. So, with everyone in the tavern itself, and there being a bit of silence, was there anything in particular that anyone was attempting to do, as now that the combat has ended?
Vladimir is just left absolutely confused as to what he saw. Because as Paarth was taking off, Vladimir was watching the entire time and kept getting the sensation from Paarth of, why are you still watching me? Come on, dude. With a bit of annoyance.
And then Paarth disappeared through the bramble bush, formed a doorway into an area that was clearly full of fae.
So at that point, Vladimir is he's just absolutely confused, sitting in his seat.
You, as you guys are just kind of trying to like collect yourselves a little bit, you see that the bard that is kind of like cowering a little bit behind a chair, like pokes his head out, is like, is it over?
Yes, for now it is over.
Oh,
We should
sweet
bar the
Jim,
doors.
jumping Jehoshaphat, that was a close call.
I'm not kidding. And I turn to Vladimir. How are you doing? Got pretty banged up.
I suppose I've dealt with worse, but that's not my concern right now.
Yes. Where did our little pseudo-dragon friend run off?
I don't know. I just know that he went to a clearing in woods about southwest of here, or southeast. I think it was south. No, southwest. Southwest, that's right. But he kept trying to push me out. Or at least, that's what it felt like. Kind of like a... Kind of like a let me be type of thing. I think... I almost wonder if Paarth just needed a break.
That is rather odd, but perhaps that is what it was.
Which just makes me concerned that I don't know if we should vacate from town here without him.
Hmm. It would make things harder to link back up with him.
Look, I don't know
We
much.
still have.
I don't know much about how familiars work. I just know that I got picked. I'm still learning rules.
Yes, yes. We do have the other problem of our friend. He's still laid up in the house cabin. Yeah, a little ways
Oh.
away.
You mean Eknon?
Nah.
We need to find out if he's okay. Maybe he could shed light. But I feel like I am in no position to move. Oh, I feel sore.
Wait, hold on 1 second, guys. I think the audio might not be picking up on the stream.
Uh-oh.
I cannot seem to hear anything from my mobile phone on it. So, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I might be stupid.
Is it just very quiet?
Oh wait. Nope. I had it connected to a Bluetooth speaker.
Okay.
All right. Just double checking.
Hey.
It's working. All right, you guys can continue.
Good.
I was like, why isn't this playing? And I'm like, oh, I'm connected to my speaker. Okay, never mind. Me being
Hey, at least
stupid.
it's that. Hey, at least it's that.
Yeah. Anyways, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But Vladimir just goes, I feel like I am in no position to move. Oh, everything hurts.
Hmm.
Especially from poison attack. Oh, feel sore.
Yes. You had best to rest up. Wish we could bar the doors better.
Kinda
So-
hard to.
Sorry, just to confirm, you guys are just gonna be pretty much barring the doors and just kind of keeping watch.
Yeah, I guess so.
At least until Valkin can recover.
So a short rest then, I assume.
It is one thing for my character to do, but
Would I have the components to? Would there be the components to cast Find Familiar in here?
So the components consist of, I believe,
Charcoal, incense, and herbs. 10 gold pieces worth of all three altogether.
you would have to do an investigation check to see if there be anything.
And it has to be in a brass brazier, so. Oh yeah, I'll make that check.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what's the roll to do with it's already too late.
If I recall right, double check. I believe the Find Familiar has a gold cost spell component.
Yes.
Yeah. 10 gold.
So for any gold cost, you would have to make sure that you specifically have that amount of materials for it. So
Yeah, that's why I'm looking for it. Okay, got 14 with my investigation. 19.
So as you take a look around the tavern itself, you're not really finding. You're finding a little bit here and there of some components. As primarily there is the fire in the fireplace does have a mixture of charcoal and also wood, but it is currently like lit at this point. So it'd be kind of difficult to reach in and grab hot coals. In addition, you don't really find a brazier anywhere. That would usually be something that you may find at like a market or something like that, or like a bazaar, to see if there would be something available for that. And you can't seem to locate any sort of incense anywhere.
Okay.
Is there a brazier outside that we had seen earlier at the kind of scattered in throughout the kind of courtyard area?
Sorry, the what were you searching for? The brazier?
Yeah, you were saying that there wasn't a brazier here inside. Would these other things outside count as braziers?
I think they were looking for a market, a bazaar, not a brazier.
Like a brazier, yeah, like a bazaar, like brazier. So you like because
Mm.
the specific thing that is listed is that it has to be like the components have to be used within a certain container.
Mm-hmm.
And as per the spell's like materials as per se, so that these would be things that like you may be able to find at a market, but are not things that are common, at least within a tavern.
Okay.
Especially within the quantity that you're trying to get, since that's a really good amount that you have to
Yeah.
get.
Soon, I'll have a friend.
Yeah. Okay. Nelore, you said you want to do something?
Yeah. Seems like we heard them running away. It's good. We could say there's none of them in the immediate area, correct?
So from the prior session, you could kind of hear that like general footsteps were being made with the direction away from the tavern. So you're not too sure if they are exactly gone, but you may be. There is at least a good inference that like you can tell that they might have fled or not. So it's kind of uncertain until you give a full check on it.
That would be an investigation.
Yeah, you'd have to leave though in order to check outside.
Okay, my character will carefully go poke her head outside with a shield in one arm.
Well, Vladimir sees what Norelor's doing and goes, "Hold on. Do not go out alone. Have someone else with you. Just in case."
All right. Anyone wish to join me in this quick check? I think they may not be immediately around us anymore.
Okay, so you're gonna investigate outside.
I will accompany Norlor.
So since you have someone that is going to be accompanying you, I can go ahead and open the door for you. And since Breaker, you are assisting in this, I would say go ahead and roll your investigation or perception at advantage.
You said perception with advantage?
Perception or investigation, whatever your preference is, but it would be with advantage. Also got that stretch and hydration.
Mm-hmm.
Also, check my chat real quick.
All right, I do have to split for the restroom real quick. I will be right back.
No worries.
Since you're already
Understood.
gone, I need to refill my water.
Okay, so +6, so that is 24. Okay. Yeah. Also, I think we also do have the exclamation mark thing as well. Dev, what was that again? Where you can like add the result to your dice? It was like
Exclamation mark XDX and then plus whatever. So for example, exclamation mark
1d20.
2d20 plus 7 or whatever.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, because then I can just roll it right here and be like, "What a boy." Hey, and then it didn't add my thing then. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. So yeah, with your 24, You take a look around, and it's quiet. A little too quiet, but you just kind of like peek out around a little bit, and you don't really see anybody. The only thing that you really do see are like even some of the people that were knocked out or slash killed or so. You say that they're gone from the streets, like not a body is in sight. But you do see that there are like footprints and like what seems to be like dragging of something across the different directions, and they seem to kind of point out of a direction going this way and also this way. So they're kind of like going in both directions. So from at least what you've gathered, it looks like that they were able to escape like extremely quickly.
These bandits are very well organized.
Indeed. I was more thinking of trying to drag some of the dead bodies out of the building, so the time makes it always safe to do that first.
Yes.
Okay,
Well-
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Me too.
So with that information, do you relay it to other party members?
I said, okay, we can breathe a little bit of sight, so that I'm not in the immediate area, guys. That's
So
what,
you go ahead.
so that's what I have my character say. Go ahead.
So what you're saying is we are clear for now, but who knows for how long?
Indeed. Gonna have my character start taking the dead bodies out of the building.
Yeah, if you wanted to, you can go ahead and start like dragging them out. Is there a specific location you want them to end up at, or?
I'm just thinking of the immediate square that's right outside of the building.
Oh, just like right outside the building then.
Yeah, I should probably like lay them down and have the arms crossed and whatnot, but I don't think anyone would like to sleep with dead bodies in the building.
That makes
Right.
sense.
Mhm.
So you take the next few minutes to go ahead and just start dragging across the bodies and everything, especially the ones that are from upstairs, and you just start bringing them out from downstairs. So I'll go ahead and move them for you. While Nelor's doing that, is there anything else that anyone wanted to do?
Vladimir ain't gonna be able to do shit. Not after that beating he took.
I mean, yeah, he got the potion, but I imagine he's still not in great shape.
No, he's sore more than anything. Like he's not gonna be able to assist with much just because of that.
Mm-hmm. How much health are you at of Aeros?
Come on, work with me here.
It's gonna be-
34. Oh, that didn't update. All right, hang on. So
Because we did do a short rest as we were going, like ending the session last time. So
right. I was at 34 of 48, and the 48 is after the level up, but
Oh,
I'm
that's
still sitting at 34 right now.
you would make sure that you add the difference of what of what what you gained
Oh.
from your level up as well. So that would be
Okay,
added
so-
to it. So
so
I
that
think
would
you'd be at
be-
44 and to 48 since you gained 10 health. I just want to double check
Yeah.
since it was
Okay,
just like
yeah, good call. Good call.
yeah. So since because this is like after you guys have taken the short rest, so
Mhm.
So I'm currently sitting at 44 out of 48. A little dinged up, but just more sore than anything.
Yeah. And you do see that the bard does kind of notice your soreness, and it's just like, oh, you're looking a little roughed up there. I can probably help. You know, people say I do have a mastery of my hands, if you know what I mean.
At that point, Vladimir just slowly turns in his seat, eyes the bard up and down, and actually, this is the first time he's actually seen the bard. Is he a human?
Yeah. So, to get some details, the clothing matches perfectly on the model itself. Like very much like, different royal types of coloring, with some shades of on the main vest that this white human has with a blonde hair. The hair is a little bit different, as the hair is a bit more of like a monk like bowl haircut more than anything. But it is blondish hair with like blue eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So Vladimir's just staring him up and down a little bit, and he goes, "Ugh, you know what? I'm in no position to argue. Sure."
Oh, perfect then. Here, go ahead, take a seat then. I'll go ahead and use my hands on you, if you know what I mean.
I hope I don't know what he means.
Ugh, it can't be any worse than what other people tried using their hands on me before. Can't be worse than that. As he pulls out one of the chairs, and he actually positions the chair so that the back of the chair is in front of him.
The cool kid seating position.
Yes, the cool kid seating position. And he just sits down and he just kind of gently rests his arms on top of it, and he rests his chin on top of his arms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you see that the bard puts his lute on the table nearby you. And it is a very intricate designed lute. Like almost as if like you see that bits and pieces of the wood is actually carved in different like sections of wood. Like almost as like different wood is used, like a mahogany to like an oak wood, as to give it like a better appearance. Um so it looks like really fancy and like well done with it. And you hear him just like crack his fingers, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Wait,
Upon
that's done?
upon hearing the cracking of knuckles, Vladimir's ears suddenly go flat in worry, like, oh no.
I guess you could say you've got the right person on hand for this job. And go ahead and give me the
Okay.
Constitution saving throw.
All right. No, I don't want to. I just want
Let's be
one.
loud here.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, +5. Let's go. Yeah, 19.5. That's 24.
Okay.
Come on.
It-
There we go.
I saw
Trying
the
to remove
original
it.
one.
Yeah, I was trying to remove it.
Okay. Let's see. Um, let's see on my chart here what tomfuckery occurs. Okay. D20.
18,
All right.
nice high roll.
Aeros. Oh no, actually more specifically, Vladimir.
Mm-hmm.
It is the most unexpected of back massages you have ever experienced in your life. To the point where every single motion of this bard like digging into the muscles with his thumbs and like the palm, like or like the basically like getting the use of his wrist into your back, you feel amazing. Like like
Oh.
almost as if like you know how like basically this dude gives you like a chiropractor like readjustment by just massaging you. Um, and I just certain moments like this sensation does get broken away as he's just like, do you need me to go a little higher or a little lower? And like just other comments of just like, how you feeling there, sweetheart?
A 20 was shut up.
I'm just hearing the little achievement sound on the bard's end. You have pet the fox.
Yes.
You have Xbox achievement unlocked. Pet the fox.
So,
yeah.
so as the bard's going on, Vladimir, you just see him melt in his chair.
Yeah,
He just melts.
that is an accurate
And-
way of showing it. Yeah.
And Valkin can recognize the slight tail twitches from Vladimir, stating that this feels really fucking good.
And like the hanging open maw.
Yeah.
The tongue slightly sticking out.
Yeah.
Yup.
As he goes like this takes like about like a couple minutes or so, and the bard does say like one thing is like, okay, I just need you to go ahead and give me a deep breath, and you see that like he kind of feels like down like your mid back, like across your spine in like a little triangle finger position, as he asks you to take a deep breath in and then like slowly exhale.
Which he follows at this point.
The moment that you release all of your breath from that, the loudest of cracks occurs as he presses deep onto your spine, and everything just kind of like shocks right into position. Not in like a bit of pain, but like
No,
almost
it would
like
it would probably be more of a surprise.
Your
yes.
chakras have been aligned, quote unquote.
Yeah. And even with this high roll, you start to see something that's off from the room as you look towards the corner of the room where it's like right behind Norelor next to the fireplace, and you see this same like hooded figure that you've been seeing in your visions, and it just kind of like tilts its head at you, and you blink and it's gone. But you feel rejuvenated, like very much rejuvenated. As with I think the 18 I told you, I don't think I told you what happens with the 18 on the initial die, but you gain 18 temporary hit points.
Oh shit. So let's see. In that case, so it is just straight up temp HP. It doesn't deal with my main HP.
Nope, temporary HP. So if you take damage first, make sure you subtract from that first.
Okay.
And as you finish and you just kind of still lay down a little bit, it's just you feel fantastic, as if like your body was just reset after all the soreness you've gone through in the past couple days, and even for like a while, like everything just feels right again.
But when the bard pops Vladimir's spine, Valkin can see that Vladimir's tail just suddenly almost sticks straight out with all the hair sticking up from the initial shock.
Mm-hmm.
And after a couple of seconds of the pop, the tail just drops right back down and relaxes. And it was at that point though that Vladimir, he seems like he's staring off into space, like staring off into. I don't know if this will let me do it. Staring
Mm.
off
We see your selector.
into this corner right here.
Mm.
Like he was hard staring in there.
Well, it looks like your fingers really do have some magic to them. How are you
What can I
feeling?
say? I went to college.
And you can tell, and everyone else can tell that Vladimir is zoning out. Like if he was being addressed, he wouldn't know unless someone like was right in front of his face to break his vision.
Mm.
Oh, I think I might have done a little bit too good of a job. And I just, you see, you from like one sudden like snap of a finger, like right next to your ear, you kind of shake back into reality.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I was going to let him rest a little while longer, but that works.
Vladimir slowly turns back, like he wants to just quickly turn back, but he knows that it's like, if I do that, it's gonna fuck it all up. He slowly turns back towards the bar and he goes, "That felt amazing. Some of the vixens back at home could learn a thing or two from you."
Oh, don't push it too much.
No, that's being honest. There are some vixens back at home who do this as profession and hardly does it as good as you.
Well, if you ever need any of my additional services, you can contact me with this. And he pulls out what looks to be a rock that has like a hole on the like on the side of it, but it's like connected to a face. So like where the hole is at looks like where like the mouth is. It's like very much like contorted and twisted. It's like you can contact me using this. It's a sending stone.
Hmm. That is good to know. By the way, that lute, it's a beautiful looking instrument. Where did you find it?
Oh, found it? No, I commissioned it.
Oh,
Starting the arts, let's go.
I'm more than just a talent on the lute itself. I also know a couple other things, including, the back massage you got.
yes, that was very apparent.
Well, anyway, now that you're feeling a little bit, rejuvenated, I think there's a little extra business that you need to take care of that you promised you'd take care of, if you know what I mean.
There. Yes. I'm trying to figure out how to rejoin you with your friends.
Yes, we need to try and get you reunited with your own comrades.
Plus, don't forget they asked about the whole, getting rid of the ruffians.
Yes, that and the ruffians as well. At least with this, we can kill two birds with one stone.
Well, I have the utmost faith in you. You're some of the more, lively of audience that I've had to get the pleasure to meet, if you know what I mean.
He really likes to say that, doesn't he?
Vladimir just sitting in his chair. He just chuckles a little bit with him saying that. Like, he keeps saying it. It's too funny. But I feel a lot better now, though. Thank you. As he slowly stands up and he just does this stretch. He just stretches out a bit, groaning, just, oh, that feels so good.
Oh, that actually reminds me. Since you are adventurers, as you say, what is the name of your group?
Yes,
Uh,
we don't have one yet.
well, we were actually heading over to a pre-established, newly established guild. But us, as the four of us here, including Paarth, and we did have one other, but he's currently being nursed back to health. He got pretty banged up on the way over here. Just for the group of us, we don't have a name for us.
So you're like brand new by chance?
Yes.
Well, that's not gonna do at all. You need to have a good name for your representation, if you know what I mean. How about let's come up with something right now before you go on your little adventure? You see him kind of like,
Think so?
yeah, of course. How else are you supposed to get recognized in these sort of parts?
That is fair.
Let's see. You've got 2 Vulpines, and you've got yourself a little bit of hybrids over there. Not to be offensive or anything. So you've got a little bit of mixed diversity along with your little pseudo friend.
Yes.
He like kind of like strums a little bit. It's like la da da. Let's see. Strumming the chords of my brain. How about the pseudo pals?
The pseudo pals?
Yeah.
Out of character, I'm choking up constantly.
Because, you have your little pseudo friend, and then you're also kind of a bit of mixed species,
Well, pseudo does mean false, so false pals? I think we may need to try again.
That's a good point. Your name should strike fear in the enemies, and if it's fake friends, that's not really threatening. Let's see. La da da da.
I've never been good with naming conventions, to be quite honest.
If you're looking for names out of character, I can think of one.
This is your time to decide. So if you guys have any names, it's free to discuss.
The
Also,
only
if
thing
anybody
I can think of is the Silken, as in the children of the Fae. Because you got 2 Sylvan foxes, and you got 2 half-Sylvan half-elves.
There. Say the name one more time.
Silken.
Silken.
It's the only thing I can think of at the moment. The only thing that ties all the characters in the party together is they all have a loose tie to Fae. It's very distant. In fact, I'm trying to think if there's a correct word for a distance from. Like saying basically distant Fae. Can't think of any word though. I'm really terrible with Latin.
Could you spell that word for me?
Sylvan, Sylvin. Sylvan just means Fae. It's the same reason that the language of the Fae is called Sylvan.
Ah, okay.
There's also Seelie and Unsili. Considering that you are Fae foxes and elves, you'd be part of the Seelie group of Fae. But again, you're the children of them, not the Fae themselves.
The Latin word for distant, remotus.
So
or remota or remotum.
So it'd be Seelie et remotum. which is a bit much to say.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And again, that's only if we're going with the Sealy thing. There's also
Yeah.
just simply you are recruits to the Guild of True North, so you could bend something out of that as well.
Mm-hmm. There. I would honestly think we should put this to rest for today, and we would better be left unnamed at this time. To choose a name this quickly would not be good. I do not care for such snap judgments.
The bard will remember this.
There.
It's like, oh, all right then. Well, for now, I'm gonna call you the Pseudo Friends because that's the only name I can think about for now. But if you come up with
There.
something better, let me know. If you know what I mean.
Forgive my impertinence to your enthusiasm, but pseudo friends is not good. It means false friends, and I do not wish to start on such a journey.
Oh,
Please,
you're making
something
everything
else.
so difficult for me. Okay, fine. La da da da. Hmm.
Also,
How
Nora
about?
is, don't forget that Nora's saying things in character in the game.
Yes. So something that should be mulled over. It's like, well, how about this then? Since your one friend Vlad is over here and he has my little sending stone, I'll chime in a couple times and ask you and see if you have any other suggestions for names. How about that?
Perhaps, though, perhaps we should just consider it for a day or so. Who knows? Perhaps even making the announcement when we have rid this town of its current plague would be of the best timing.
Sounds like a
You know,
plan then, outsiders. Ooh, wait a minute. Outsiders? That's a fantastic name.
there. There, at least that is far better than false friend.
Outsiders.
What are our enemies going to be? The Soshas?
Hmm. Good points. But I like the name Outsiders.
Hopefully some people got the reference.
Yeah, I did.
There. That is most far more promising.
Well, anyway then, Outsiders. I won't let you, stick around for too long. So, hope you have yourselves a very good night.
There. You as well, Bard.
Did the bard ever give his name?
Is DeMarco.
Yes.
As prior stated, he is part of the band. With
DeMarco, part of the dub end.
What? Who?
Cause
How
so
do you spell it? DA''MARKO?
no, so it's DE Marco. So DeMarco.
DEMARKO?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know how like there's like McDonald's and they do like MC comma or like MC whatever. It's DE comma Marco, and
You
then
mean
the band
apostrophe? Okay.
like apostrophe, yeah, and then as such he's part of DE apostrophe band.
Because the other members are DeTony, DeMary, and Delrain.
Yes.
I do not get the reference at all.
I don't think it's supposed to be a friend.
It's not a reference.
not.
It's just stupid.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, Nelora, you said you were trying to check on Vlad.
Well, I imagine she would pick up on him staring into the corner, and she was just like asking, "Hey, is everything okay with him?"
Mm.
I thought I saw something as thought I saw something earlier in this corner. And Vladimir is going to kind of inspect in the corner to see if that vision may have left something behind. More than likely it didn't, but it's just to state his curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, make an investigation check.
That would be...
Investigate that wall.
It's not just the wall. It's the entirety of the corner. Let's fucking go. That is 19 plus... Where did I see it? Plus 2. So that's 21.
As you investigate the corner, your eyes focus upon an object that gives a how do I put it? It makes the fur on the back of your neck shoot upwards in horror as you see a mask that is hung up in the corner, right next to the fireplace. And it is the exact same mask of the hooded figure that you keep seeing. It is a bit metal. It looks like it's kind of made of like silverish sort of metal mixed with like some ancient gold sort of like just the simple color design of it. And you see that it looks form fit to your face.
Vladimir slowly reaches up to grasp the mask.
It is grabbable, and it looks as if it is a skeleton's face of what a Volpine would look like as if it were a skeleton.
So he
Like it's-
grabs the mask. So Vladimir grabs the mask and he carefully pulls it off the wall. And he's fighting every single fiber of his being of just drop this and run. And he's just looking it over.
Vladimir, what is that? Vladimir?
He's stunned. He is speechless right now. He's looking the mask over. And Valkin, you can see that the fur on the back of his neck and even his haunches have like raised up. And it's not in like aggression or anything. You could tell this is fear.
His cackles are up.
Like he's utterly speechless like right now. Like, why? How?
Could I have my character carefully look at the mask as well?
If Vlad is wanting you to.
Well,
He is unaware of his surroundings right now. So if anyone, and he's not trying to put it on or tuck it away or anything, he's just holding it and just moving it around, looking at it. So if anyone wanted to just like look at it without actually trying to touch it, they can.
Oh, if you're looking at it around, you're just kind of like looking around, like looking in the interior and the exterior, correct?
Yeah.
When you look in the interior, your signature is engraved into it.
That's troublesome.
Mm-hmm. I approach from kind of behind, like, as the tokens are here, and place my paw on his shoulder. Vladimir? Hey.
Hold on. I'm gonna do a roll to see how he responds to it. High. If the die rolls high, he legitimately jumps. Like, oh shit.
Mhm.
Low, not so much. Sound good, DM?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
Not so much.
not so much. So Vladimir jumps a little bit to the feeling of Vulcan's paw on his shoulder, and he slowly turns his head towards Vulcan. And Vulcan can see that Vladimir's face is stone cold with fear. And you can tell that he wants to talk, but he doesn't know what to say.
Vulcan, do you get a good look at the mask? Or are you trying to get a good look at the mask?
As soon as he kind of turns towards me and to where the mask is a bit more in full view, I look from his face and then I look at that mask. Trying to discern what is this thing that struck so much fear into his face.
As you get a good look of it, I need you to make a history check.
Alright. Let's see what my bonuses are on that. Alright. So, +3. Ah, 6.
6. Okay. Surprisingly, you actually succeed. It was it was an easy check. It was like very easy. So, as you look at the mask, you just kind of look at it, and it looks like a really cool mask. And you remember something that Vlad actually had mentioned on the way here, and it's pretty clear. Is that like before the goblin assault, there were like some fun conversations that you had as a party, and how like one like it's hard to tell exactly who asked who, but like of like someone asking like Aknon of like if he's ever had a mask before, and there was like one time where he did, but it didn't really vibe with him. And you remember saying, or you remember Vlad saying, "Oh, at some point, it'd be so cool to have a mask," and that would be fun to get it worked on in like while we were like at somewhere. And another memory kind of kicks in of where you arrive in town, and Vlad in Phandalin, and Vlad literally commissioned someone to work on a mask like that. So to you, it's like, oh, like awesome, you got it. It looks awesome.
But another thought enters my head of where did he get it just now?
Yeah, that is the confusing part.
And why would he be scared of it? These things are not adding up. Vladimir. Hey, what is with the mask?
Nor, as you ask the tavern owner, she's kind of off like tending to her own stuff. She's like, mask? What mask?
Saying, okay, never mind.
Okay, sounds good. And she just continues to her own cleaning and sorts and prepping stuff.
And at this point, Vladimir tries to force himself to speak. And also, I sent you a message there, DM, in our little private thing on the server.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. How long ago was that?
A couple minutes ago.
Oh shoot. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I keep that open. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
No. So
Okay.
and then
So, remind me on what you had just said about Vladimir wanting to get a mask commissioned or made? Because I didn't mentally catch all of it.
so that's something that Valkin, like as player knowledge, that's something that Valkin remembers. But this is something that
Oh.
go ahead and give me a history check if that's the case. If you're trying to investigate upon that too, if you by chance, if Vladimir would remember wanting to get this.
Oh, did I already clear up my die? I think I cleared up my die.
What,
Okay.
my character?
Bruh. This would just be something for Vladimir. Okay, yeah, you pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mask that you commissioned here. You remember having a clear conversation with on the way here before the goblin assault of like it'd be cool to like as like a kind of like nerdy sort of exciting thing of like getting a mask to strike fear in people. And you remember Aknon saying that there are some people within the guild that are masked, and you remember going to a blacksmith and commissioning this.
Where's the
But when you actually look back at your steps, you haven't even been able to locate a blacksmith just yet. At least with you retracing your steps, but you may have walked towards a blacksmith and commissioned it. I mean, it's right here in your hand, but like, why would it be here? Is the question.
I don't understand. I had talks about these, but we never passed the blacksmith. Never mind the fact that we haven't even made it to the guild yet.
You said that out loud?
Yeah, that it's kind of like a soft mutter,
Okay.
but with Valkin being right there and maybe Norelor could hear it. But he's kind of Vladimir is muttering under his breath, just going, I don't understand.
If you're trying to hide that, then
No,
Norelor
it's-
could. Oh, it's just kind of like something said.
Yeah, he's not trying to hide it. He's just straight up muttering to himself.
Okay. Well, if Norelor, if you want to, I would say that Norelor is within at least hearing distance of this, since they're like right next to you.
Yeah.
And Norelor, with this, you actually don't have any sort of memories of seeing Vlad go around the town to get a mask. Like, you remember just like going to Barthen's provisions and then dropping off like Aknon, like prior to so dropping off Aknon, then going to Barthen's provisions, and then checking on Aknon again, and then pretty much just going to the tavern and relaxing for the day. So you have no idea of when Vlad would have even went to a blacksmith.
I don't remember you going to a blacksmith myself. I don't even remember you talking about a mask. Yet here's one is.
That's the thing. The only way for me to have gotten this is if I actually saw a blacksmith. But thinking back, we never saw blacksmith. And Vulcan slowly turns his head towards Vulcan a little bit more, and he whispers softly to Vulcan in Sylvan. The figure was standing there for a brief moment.
The same one you told me about.
And he nods.
And this was in that same place.
And he nods.
Hmm.
This is not good. Tell me, do you feel a pull towards this mask?
At this point, Vladimir just positions the mask where the interior, he's facing into the interior, and he's staring into it just.
Vladimir.
Sorry. As you look at it, there is like a curiosity of like, God, I must look so cool in this mask. But it's not like anything is forcing you to wear the mask. It is just kind of like a feeling of like, God, this thing looks so cool though. But like this is kind of freaky. But like, what if I just put it on? Like it's a mask. It wouldn't do anything bad, right?
He speaks up again in Sylvan to Vulcan. He goes, not necessarily a pull, just a curiosity.
Yeah. The feeling specifically is kind of like, it's that feeling when you get like a really cool commission, but you're not sure if you should post it up just yet, you know?
Mm-hmm. Like, there's nothing telling me put it on. Just, I do have a curiosity of what it looks like if I put it on. But it's nothing is telling me. It's not telling me to put it on.
I think I understand.
So Nolor, you're asking Vlad if you want to check his mark?
Correct, and I would totally understand who you wants to go upstairs for this, just so it's not in the public view from the others.
That is not a bad idea. Nodding towards Norelor. Perhaps consider this. If you start to feel a pull there, or an intensifying curiosity, perhaps you should allow one of us to hold on to it until you get better answers about where this thing came from and its construction.
At that point, Vladimir, he takes his thumb and he just kind of feels around the interior of the mask.
You can tell that this is a pretty reinforced like metal. But it's like really comfortable to like rub your thumbs around it. And it's like there is like the persisting thought that still hits you of like, this is like so comfortable, like it wouldn't be a bad idea to put it on once. You know, just to like show people. And then that sort of thought starts to kick in a bit more. Like, I did pay money to get this. Or did I? I thought I paid money for it. So I might as well use it.
So the weird part of it is this would be exactly how I would ask for it. So, I mean, I guess I could try it on. Just to see what it is. It feels comfortable inside.
Ray,
At
you go ahead.
no, go ahead, Norlor.
She was trying to put her hand and say, "There's a lot of odd stuff going on. Perhaps we should wait to investigate. There's nothing wrong with the mask itself.
Hold on a sec.
Being
Sorry.
magic."
There we go. Much better. You can continue. Sorry.
So perhaps we should take a look at if there's any magic on the mask first, just to see if this would cause anything.
I would agree.
Yep.
Hmm.
If Vlad, you're willing to give it over, then they can. Any one of you could do an Arcana check to double check. Go ahead if you want.
Well, I was thinking of you ritually casting a spell sheet Ro has prepared to examine both the mark and the mask.
I mean, that's my signature right there, too.
Yes. Do you remember writing it?
That's the thing, though. It feels like I do, but I've... Recalling steps. I never had the opportunity to have this made.
No, you did not.
So good, I'm not that crazy then. Okay, good.
No. I think we should, really should. I think we should really try to not engage with this mask in anything but an investigative way. We should
Well,
not.
Then let's do this then. He looks between Norelor and Valkin and goes, Norelor here is a being of cloth. She could probably determine whether or not it is benevolent or malevolent, or even neither. You, on the other hand, Vulcan, could probably determine anything else that she may not be able to decipher. So how about the both of you take a closer look at it?
Yes. That is a good idea. Here.
And at that point, he very reluctantly moves the mask over towards Norelor for her to take.
Yeah, you go
Like-
ahead.
Like Norelor, like the both of you can see the very visible apprehension in this.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's as you go ahead and you just kind of like hand it out. Either one of you two can make an Arcana check.
Right?
I
I think
was
we'd be working together on these things, right?
If
I would-
you, so sorry. If whoever decides to primarily go upon it, I will say that since the other person's assisting, you can get advantage.
I was going to have a character to cast Detect Magic, just to see what you could deduce from that.
Ooh.
Will you have to take
Mhm.
magic too?
Yeah, and I can cast it virtually, so it's not like I'm going to waste a spell slot on it.
Oh yeah, let's
Yeah,
go
there you go.
same.
Okay. So you decide to just ritual cast Detect Magic then?
Correct.
Okay. If that is the case, then, it will take you about 10 minutes, I believe, for it to be
Yeah.
casted.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
typically 10 minutes for ritual casting, unless stated otherwise.
Usually, if it's a higher spell slot, it goes an additional 10 minutes. So since it's first level, it'll just be 10 minutes. But so you take the mask, Norelor, and you start working on your ritual for this. As that's happening, is there anything else that anyone wants to do at this time?
Hmm.
Roughly
The
how
only
much
other-
time has passed so far?
At this time, I would say it's probably been about like for the massaging plus like getting everyone like off of the rest. It's been about like 10 minutes now. So it'll be another 10 minutes before the ritual's up.
Okay, so about 10 minutes for the short rest and all the conversation and such that took place, and then another 10 minutes for the analysis.
Uh, well, so the analysis is just starting right now, and so it would have been like an hour and like 10 minutes that's passed so far.
Oh, wow. Okay, so a lot more time than 20 minutes. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
I don't get
Uh,
anything back on the short rest.
In that case, yeah, within an hour or so, you know, I'll leave it to you to cue when that happens.
Yeah. I just want to double check and make sure if anyone is doing anything during this ritual time, and
Absolutely.
then we'll go
Yeah,
back
the only-
to you.
Yeah, the only other thing at that point would be Vladimir would walk up to the barkeep and goes, "May I have another drink? Feel like I could use it right now."
Yeah, of course. You got rid of those ruffians, so you get drinks for the night for free. So go ahead and order whatever you like.
You know what? Get me a pint of your strongest ale.
Sounds good. Anything else?
I might ask for maybe some bread to go with it, but not right now.
All right. How about the rest of you?
I don't. Do I? I don't. Do I need to eat right now?
You guys did have a meal during the short rest that that was provided to you by the innkeeper, but didn't really like fill you for the day, so you could have a snack if you wanted to.
Yeah,
But
I'll eat.
right now you feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Since I'm assisting with the ritual and everything, there, I would figure I will forego any refreshments at this time.
Okay.
Same thing.
Sounds good. Yep. So while this ritual is being taken place, the rest of you are just pretty much just relaxing and trying to get an idea of how to proceed next. And while all this is going on, we're going to go ahead and go back on over to Paarth, as being within the woodlands and the forest, a deeper forest area right by the village of Phandalin. A door opens back as your time within the courts, primarily the summer court, has come to an end, as you walk on out and you feel really rejuvenated. You feel like it was nice being back in a home for a moment. And as you see, walking you out are a couple pixies, followed by what looks to be a dryad. And the dryad just kind of goes to you, and within your familiar tongue of Sylvan, speaks to you, just saying, "Thank you for coming back again." Oh, I already have a model set for you. But-
The little one is the one with all my stats and whatnot.
Sounds good. I'll get rid of the big one then. I forgot about it being bigger. It's like, "Thank you, little friend, for returning home. And I know you have important business to attend to, but if you ever want to play again, you know where to find us."
Paarth makes a little wiggle of his tail and a very happy, cute little chirp towards the dryad, taking a few steps towards the dryad to give a little nuzzle into their knee or their hand if they reach out.
She giggles and rubs your head, and you see that she puts something around your basically puts it into like a satchel, like on your little gear and everything. Just like a little small handbag for just certain things to be stored on you, as per the adventuring gear it provided.
A little saddlebag that I have.
Yeah, and it's something actually within your grasp too, but you see a very intricate and colored key, as she shows you before putting it on you, and it like has different metals that show like what looks to be like a bit of like winterish, summer, spring, and fall vibes on it that all look very beautiful and intricate. It's like, if you ever want to return, use this key anywhere. And she puts it like in a place where you can grab it easily.
Okay, so Paarth eyes the key over very curiously. What did you say the key looked like?
So it looks like a standard like stereotypical key where it has the big loop and everything at the end of it, but it almost looks like it is intricately woven to look like the spiral of seasons on it. So like at the end where like the three prongs are, you would see like leaves coming off of like autumn trees and oak, with a winter snow at the top of it, and summer grass and moss covering over it with a little bit of raindrops. So it looks like if it's as if like from top to bottom it's going winter, spring, summer, and fall, designed on the key itself.
Okay. Paarth eyes the key over a little curiously for a few moments, as it's put into his little satchel on his side bag, and then gives a little a chirp to the dryad and a second nuzzle, giving a little wiggle of his tail, seeming like he's quite happy, but just a little bit of hesitation of leaving, just because it's clear that he sees these all as his friends.
You see one of the pixies that was just kind of messing over on the side here.
Oh wow, I didn't even see her.
Yeah, flies on over directly in front of you along with another one. And they're just like, don't worry, you get to play with us pretty soon. And the other one's like, yeah, you'll return anytime soon. And the dryad she holds a similar key that she just provided for you. And it's like, here, let me show you how it works. And you see she turns around and she holds the key outwards, almost as if like she puts it in air and turns it. And before you, a big door appears. I have to figure out how to reveal it, unfortunately, because I can't figure out how. Oh, there we go.
I should ask before we continue. Would Vlad have suddenly felt a reconnection at this point? Would he be able to start peering, or is he too distracted to elsewhere?
I would say there's too much of a distraction, as it's not something that's intently focused upon.
Okay.
But as she turns, you see this massive golden door appear. And as it opens up, as the others walk through or fly through, pretty much, she nothing really shows immediately besides a bit of a fog, like how similarly you'd went through your door. And as the sorry, I don't want to say pixies. Pixies. The pixies go through. I'll just get rid of them at this point. The dryad just says, just like that, and the door will open to you. Good luck.
Paarth gives a little nod and a farewell chirrup noise.
And as the dryad goes through as well, the door closes and fades, as you are left in the middle of the night still.
Paarth, being the pseudodragon he is, paces around a little bit, sniffing the area, just because even though he understands Arcana, he still has to satisfy his lower level animal self to understand his environment. Once he feels confident, he turns around, eyes the sky for a few moments to get his bearings, and then starts fluttering towards the inn.
Yeah. So you go ahead and you soar upwards. I have to make sure that my thing is up on it. There we go. And you do make your way back on over, and you see that you notice that actually the bodies that were outside, they're a bit different, as there's only 4 people that are pretty much just kind of outside on the floor, and you can tell that these are the people that were inside the tavern. While the people that were outside the tavern that were killed by your party, they are no longer to be seen. As you make your way towards the tavern itself.
Paarth circles in the air for a few moments just to eye the area very carefully for any threats. I'll just roll an investigation here.
Yep, go ahead.
That was a very, very poor investigation. 1 second.
You can also use perception if you want.
It's the same, I think, value.
Mhm.
Yeah, same value. So only 7.
Yeah, there's no immediate danger at this point, so it looks clear from what you can see.
In that case, Paarth makes his way. He perches on top of the little cave that's right next to the inn. After perching, he eyes the area around for a little while just to make sure that all seems calm, and then begins to chirp loudly at the door.
All right. And I will say that you arrive back at this time as the 10 minutes of the ritual finish up.
Sounds good.
Yep. So, as the ritual is just coming down to a close at the last moment, what is everyone's passive perception?
11.
13 here.
16.
Sorry, everyone besides Dav.
Oh,
My bad.
Checking here.
Everyone make a save.
No, passive perception.
Oh, past perception. 10.
12.
Yeah, so I will say that with you, Norelor, and also Valkin, you're focusing on this ritual. You can hear a familiar chirping going on outside, but it is also kind of hard to kind of keep your focus away from the ritual, or else you have to waste another 10 minutes doing it. But everyone does hear a familiar chirping of a pseudodragon outside of these doors.
Vladimir, mid sip of his drink, when he hears the chirping, his ears perk forward, and one of his ears turns towards the sound, and he goes, "Oh, I think someone's back." And he sets the drink back down, and he slowly makes his way over to the doors.
Okay. To open sesame. And as you open the door right away, you can tell from wait, where'd your model go?
Yeah, right here. I'm perched.
On the rock? I don't see it in the rock. Oh wait, hold on. There you go.
Box.
Okay, I forgot I had my little thing up. So as you see from the rock and kind of fly downward towards the door, you see that Paarth is back.
Yep, seeing the door open and a familiar body, Paarth flutters right over and practically collides with Vulcan, or not Vulcan, sorry, Vlad, as he flutters in. As Vlad gets an armful of pseudodragon, there's a couple of very obvious differences on Paarth that Vlad can catch in the first few seconds of the pseudodragon flying into his arms. Paarth looks very well groomed suddenly. There's a little flower wreath on top of his head that's woven around his horns. He's wearing teeny tiny little saddlebags strapped onto his sides with little pouches attached. And the collar that he's been wearing with the little amulet from the guild has just a thin layer of clay covering it.
Oh. I didn't realize you, Huh. Looks like you did need a break. You look good there, Paarth. You look good. It's good to see you again. You gave me a scare.
Paarth makes this soft little chirrup sound bobbing his head up and down a little bit and offers a nuzzle to the side of Vlad's head.
And as Paarth goes to nuzzle, Vladimir just reaches up with his paw and just gives him a gentle pet and caress as he goes to turn around and reclose the doors, walking back into the tavern. As soon as I can actually... There we go. So basically he closes the doors and he moves back to where he was sitting. Ugh.
In the meantime, Paarth starts eyeing over the room for anything of interest. I'm pretty sure Paarth won't notice anything particularly interesting. Even the mask would be a bit beyond his focus of view. So that'd be
Yeah.
just a 13 for observation.
You don't really need to do a roll on that. The place looks generally just a lot cleaner than where you left it at.
And smelling
you
a lot
even
less of corpses.
Oh yeah, as the smell, well, not even much of a smell is being brought off of them at this time. It's out, they're outside, and it's all been kind of cleaned up in here. You do know that Valkin and also Norelor. Oh, sorry, I had to yawn. They are focusing on something, almost as, like, and you can kind of tell it is a ritual, with like you're kind of tapping into like an understanding of magic itself. That they are focusing on that sort of thing. But besides that, it just looks really clean, and yeah.
Yeah, so the two other spellcasters seem to be doing a ritual over something, but Paarth won't immediately recognize the spell, will he? If
What's
it's a low level, I can roll for if you want.
I would say, yeah, roll for Arcana to see if you can identify it.
Let's see, Arcana, I actually have a +3 for, so let's find out. 13.
Yeah, you can identify that they're trying to attempt to figure out if this mask has any sort of magic attached to it, aka like a detecting of magic.
Although Paarth kind of watches and tilts his head to his side, I'm assuming this is happening here on the main floor.
Yep.
Yeah, he tilts his head and watches for a few moments. He seems more inclined to seeing what Vlad is doing, even though Vlad is just sitting there sipping at his drink.
Paarth... I think Paarth could tell that Vladimir is in a bit of a thought. And... well, I don't know. With the whole familiar thing, wouldn't the familiar himself be able to receive flashes of visions just as much as he can send them out?
Unfortunately, based off of the rules as written, unless Ace wants to override it, it seems to be one way, which is very bizarre.
It's so it's one way, but the person can respond back to it. That sounds counteractive, but it's like if for message, you point to somebody, you give them a message, and the person has a chance to respond back.
So you want to have it so that if Vlad, because the thing is that Vlad at any time can tap into my senses and see what I see and hear what I hear. And as for my telepathy is generic to anyone, but only exchanges emotions and very basic images.
Okay, sorry, hold on a sec.
There's two components. There's the pseudodragon's telepathy and the familiar bonds tapping in.
I just need to pull it up specifically. I just am having a hard time with remembering it here.
Yeah.
It'd be good for flavor for Paarth to be able to see what Vlad saw. But we'll see how the DM rules it.
Yeah.
Okay, so magically communicates simple ideas, emotions, and images within any creature within 100 feet. But for you, so Limited telepathy is something you can do for any creature within 100 feet of simple ideas, emotions, and images. However, I would say as the ruling that if you have chosen somebody, um, as for the once a day thing for your bond, I would say that you're able to do more than just simple ideas and sorts. Like you're able to actually you're able to convert it into a way that as if any standard person was able to speak. So that way the person that you're bonded to understands in full what you're trying to say.
So in other words, although it's still not words, they can have an understanding of what I'm trying to communicate.
Exactly.
Can definitely do that, and we're still keeping the other part though that he can just look through my eyes and listen through my ears whenever he focuses on me, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In that case, would I be able to sense his thoughts or emotions, or is that something that's not two-way?
That is not two-way, unfortunately, unless Vlad specifically is sending it to you. So it's not something that is like unwilling. That the person has to be willing to share that information.
Okay, so in that case, because of the bond, Vlad can use hit the bond to send emotion back.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, go for it, Aeros.
So I would assume that Paarth would kind of give the notion of asking Vlad if he's okay type of thing.
After having enough time to see that Vlad is acting unusual, definitely Paarth would be starting to like gently nose and nudge at him, trying to figure out why he seems to be so distant.
Vladimir takes a brief moment and he gently pets Paarth. And you get the feeling from Vladimir basically saying, you know what? You did choose me. So I feel it's only fair. Let me tell you what happened while you were gone. And he basically shows everything. He shows what he can of what happened, to include the flash of the figure in the corner that looks just like him, and the mask that was left behind.
This seems to take quite a fair bit of focus from Paarth to try to keep up and understand. The levels of confusion that Vlad can feel off of Paarth emotionally is just exponentially stacking.
Mm-hmm.
I am just as confused as you are, Paarth. I am just as confused. So you're not the only one.
The pseudodragon slowly turns his head to look towards the mask. From my perspective, do I remember ever seeing that mask before?
You have this is brand new to you. You have no idea of what this mask is.
Paarth just yields a absolute figment of unknowingness when looking towards that mask. As in, there's no images to accompany Paarth ever seeing it before.
Well, Norelor and Valkin are trying to figure out exactly if there is anything tied to it. I didn't feel anything off of it. Then again, I am not that magically inclined. But I suppose better safe than sorry, right?
Paarth just gives a little affirmation of a chirrup and slips down from Vlad's shoulder onto the table. The pseudo-dragon kind of wiggles around a little bit and paces a little bit, for a few moments until finally he starts tilting his head and shaking it until he gets the flowers off of his head, and then with a forepaw just starts gently scratching the clay off of the amulet attached to his collar, and with the impression that he's uncovering it.
Here, let me help you with that. as he slowly reaches out to help with the cleaning.
The clay seems to be completely dry and breaks off pretty easily, though it may make him wonder why somebody went out of their way to very carefully cover the amulet like that.
It does make me wonder where you have been, but I don't want to press too much. But it is curious as to why your collar specifically is covered in clay.
Paarth just pauses for a few moments and visualizes the bramble bush doorway that he walked through earlier, and then a emotion of secrecy and privacy seems to come in mind. The feeling that you get when you step into the solitude of your bedroom, or the passing of a personal secret.
At this point, Vladimir does a visualization of he tries to keep it quiet because of the feeling of secrecy, privacy. He kind of picks up on that. And Vladimir kind of gives the visualization, kind of tries to mimic a visualization of asking a question of, is this where you go to rest? Is this your home? Is this...
Paarth seems to stare off into space for a couple of moments, and it takes a couple of moments for the imagery to become stable enough, because the pseudodragon's ability to imagine is not as well tuned as a humanoid. But Vlad will pick up little flashes of a scene of what looked like another party, just like their own, except these from the pseudodragon's perspective, there was screaming of cries of death and the smell of blood. Then the feeling of panic as he fled into a forest. The sense of time had passed, and then him tired and beaten, laying in a clearing as some kind of pixie leans down with an open hand, reaching out and picking him up off the ground. And the feeling of that pixie is of significant relief and the sensation of being a savior.
I see now. So I was right. You were just looking for a break. You were looking for... I don't know if escape is the right term. But you definitely wanted a break. I see now.
Paarth casually paws at the flowers that he shook off his head onto the table and sort of organizes them into a little bed, and then lays down, putting his forepaws on the flowers.
So, sorry, as you were checking that, Norelor and Valkin, you finish the ritual, and the details of this item have been sent to you via Discord. As you feel a very strong connection to what seems to be drawing from the school of necromancy upon this mask, as you feel your body go a bit cold upon detecting this, and suddenly it flares up a little bit as your body gets a bit hot, knowing that the tie of magic is both equally paralleled and drawn into what seems to be a void, a plane, surrounded by void, and one of burning flames.
This mask. No, Lord, do you sense it? Something not from this plane?
She just nods.
I get the sense that it will allow the wearer, once they have become attuned to its ways, be able to track down their target better than usual, inflicting more damage every time they attack them, hurting them more, but in a way that grades at the soul target. And it appears as if they will occasionally be able to do stronger attacks there, better pinpoint accuracy from time to time. The origins of this power, they worry me.
Vlad, Aeros, I've also sent you
feels-
this information of the mask for player knowledge.
The origins feel familiar.
Jesus, something isn't entirely right with the mask, is it?
Oh, actually, I forgot to mention one thing, and this is for Valkin only. You feel that as you kind of focus a bit into figuring out the specific area, or trying to get a familiar sense of this magic, you realize it is really connected to your homeland. You've felt magic like this before in your homeland.
Paarth
Ooh.
looks over towards the two spellcasters, once again tilting his head to his side, seeming to be oblivious and confused what's going on.
There. I pick up the mask there and turn towards Vladimir.
And Vladimir, you can tell he's just watching Davwyn,
Paarth.
and you can tell, or Paarth. Blech. You can tell Vladimir's just watching Paarth, relieved at the fact that he's returned, and he takes another swig of his drink. And upon
Vladimir.
seeing Valkin approach, Vladimir looks up and just sits back in his seat.
To DM real quick, would I have gotten a sense that the mask had anything beyond this, like a tying aspect to the wearer?
From what you're seeing here, no. As just any person can really wield to it, though the mask is more just custom made to fit a Vulpine's face.
In other words, it's got a muzzle to it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if it had the full muzzle or kind of just partial area for the muzzle to, protrude through it.
It's a full muzzle, and there's even like straps to help, so that way you can still speak as you're not just like.
Mm.
So it has like
So-
a lower jaw too, not just the upper.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. This thing is like really intricately designed, and looking to be what would be like a silver and golden like vulpine skull.
Hmm. Okay. Vladimir, this mask. It did not have its origins in a smith's forge. At least not a normal forge. It pulls power from looking over to Norelor. Devil's Plains.
No.
Kind of seeking a little bit of confirmation there.
I want to switch my mic up a little bit, so give me one moment.
You there, Ren?
Yeah, I'm taking notes for myself, so kind of get distracted, just trying to keep up.
Mood.
I've been taking notes on the side here myself, but in Paarth's perspectives.
Mhm.
If you want to go ahead and share the details to everybody of the properties of the mask, you're more than willing to do so. I can go ahead and give the full rundown of it though too.
Yeah, go ahead. It sounds like you got a good bit quieter there, Ace.
Yeah, I had to change it up a little bit, so here I'll change back. Give me one sec.
Yeah. Or at least move closer to your mic or something. Maybe.
I am right by my mic.
Okay, that is louder there.
Much
Okay.
louder, yeah.
So, if you are sharing the details of the mask itself to
Mhm.
everybody, I will go ahead and read it off.
Yes.
As this is the mask of the Vulpine, attunement is required and can be through any person, though the mask does restrict any sort of particular user due to its Vulpine features. You get a +1 to AC whenever you are attuned to it, and while you wear the mask, you gain the focus and skills of an expert predator. You know the spell Hunter's Mark, and you can cast it without a spell slot, equal to the number of times your proficiency bonuses per long rest. However, the damage itself is necrotic damage, not force damage. When you cast the spell in this way, you get a bonus to attempting to hit the target, as a 19 on a dice roll counts as a 20.
Mm.
So you basically get the champion feature for that. So pretty cool. In addition, at later levels, you can choose a secondary target for your hunter's mark, or you can decide to add an additional damage die to one target. So you can either focus down one person and add an additional d6, or you can choose multiple targets. If you kill your targets, you see that there are specific slots in the mask that have different areas. And each different slot can hold a soul of a killed target. And you can use these souls that are set within the mask to either add additional damage dice to the hunter's mark of against a target. If a charge is used and the marked target dies, instead of killing the body, the soul disappears and is disintegrated, leaving the body as a hollow shell of its prior self.
So, in other words, if you kill them, you destroy their soul?
If you use a soul, you destroy another person's soul.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, fighting
And-
souls with souls.
Exactly. I guess you could call it a so for example, like if Aeros by chance wore the mask and used a bullet to kill a target with the soul, I guess you could say it was a soul caliber.
So basically, he hunts down his first mark, he gains their soul, slots it into the mask. If he expends that soul to kill his second mark, the second mark doesn't get collected as another soul in the mask, it instead blows up their soul, basically.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what the uses of it.
Rather vile.
It is quite shivering in details as this information is shared among the party.
I'm gonna flat out roll for my understanding of this one. One sec. Even with it spelt out to me, that's pretty high level concepts. Yeah, I got like half of that understanding.
Yeah, to you, this is not something that is of Fayish aspects, but something that is far sinister in the areas of magic.
Yeah, this isn't even unseelie. This is demonic, or at least
mhm.
it's not of the Fae, good or bad. This is something just sinister.
Yes, straight up sinister. But you do see, at least within the forms of magic, it's not specifically like linked to a person, nor is it cursed. This is purely a magic item that can be used that doesn't look to show any consequence of it.
Yeah, and all usable by Volpines.
Yes, that is correct.
So the mask itself appears that there is no contract tied to it, but it does pull its power from what seems to be the demonic planes. There is many precedents for pulling such powers without having evil intent, but it is something that you will need to be careful with. If you choose to use it, well, it is up to you. Though it may be best to limit its use at the very least until your mark is resolved. Or perhaps refrain from using it at all until that happens.
Vladimir just kind of stares at the mask in Vulcan's hands, in Vulcan's paws. He takes another swig of his drink, sets it on the table, and he slowly stands. And he walks over to Vulcan, holds out his paw, and goes, "May I have it?"
Yes. To understand what I am saying. Don't
I do.
know how it will react with your current mark.
The way I look at it is this. You and I both know where this came from. When I say where, well, I shouldn't say where, I mean who. Something tells me that there is more to it than that, and I am going to find out what. And to be quite honest, based on what you have said, simply putting it on won't cause any ill effects.
simply putting it on someone who has not other ailments will not have ill effects. That is my concern for you, my friend. It is not the mask alone. It is the mask plus the mark. That is why I advise caution.
No.
Right. I will hold on to it for now, and I will keep it tucked in backpack.
Yes. Now, Norelor wished to examine your mark further after the battle. Would you allow her to do so?
Yeah, that's right. She did mention that, didn't she? Here, let's do this then. Vladimir, then he reaches down to his backpack that was sitting next to the seat he was at while he was drinking. He walks over to his backpack, takes it, walks back over to Valkin and sets it on the table and goes, "You go ahead and put it in. Norelor could take a closer look as you're doing that."
Yes.
So at that point, Vladimir does the cool kid's position with the chair again, and looks over to Norelor and goes, "So you wanted to investigate yourself?"
If that's okay with you, that is. But yes.
I haven't said no. And at that point, he lifts up his shirt to enough to reveal the mark on his lower back.
At this point, Paarth will also slowly pad across the table to get a better look himself.
So, well, hang on. I was going to position at about right here because that's the closest.
Right in Marshall.
Yeah, right inside Marshall. Well, here, let's do.
There we
Eh,
go.
There we go. That's better.
Talk about invading somebody's personal space.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So as Vlad goes and shows his tramp stamp, no,
Oh,
no, I'm joking. So as he goes to show his mark, I mean, it just looks like a really intricate designed marking that's on there. If you want to, is there anything specifically that you wanted to like investigate upon the mark itself, or?
Well, we know the mask, after it seems to be tied to all this, seems to be tied to the lower planes, correct?
Yeah, there is like hinting of it being a mixture of like the lower planes itself. So primarily like for you, you'd be able to identify that it would be part of like the hells themselves.
Yeah, with that information in mind, she would try to see if with that information, if she could like detect anything unusual, more unusual than what has been the basic investigation gave.
Okay, so you want to check the mark to see if it also has that similar connection.
Well, it can't hurt.
Okay. With that, give me another Arcana check. Oh. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Go ahead and roll it and give me 1 sec. The exchange with him.
It was already modded. Well, I have to re-mod it, so I'd like to start over everything, but
Got it.
I was trying to boot save mode, it's like wouldn't work. I was like, why is that mute? Because there's already broken installed on
Oh. Okay. Interesting.
it. I thought that'd be
Oh, that's right. I did mod it for Smash Bros. I forgot. Okay. Okay, I'm back.
Alright.
And the result was, oh shit, I have to remember what the chat was. I still keep forgetting to pull chat with you guys.
Yeah. Whoops.
It's just the
What is-
space bar in the book in the top right corner.
You're right. It is there. Okay, so 7 in total. Okay. Yeah, there's not really any magic that is showing that there's any specific connection to anywhere on the mark. You can kind of tell there's a bit of faint magic that's on there, but there is what seems to be a lot of things that are blocking you from being able to identify exactly like where it's being connected from, like what's even sort of magic it is. It just seems like it's such a high level of magic that it's unable to be identified at this time.
Well,
There's something blocking. Wait, I can't tell much.
Yeah. You've just never experienced this powerful of magic before. And even like being able to identify what sort of school it is. So you're not too sure as what this even does.
All I can tell is whatever it is, it's very powerful magic. That's tied to the rock.
well, I suppose nothing gained, nothing lost. So,
Indeed.
Mhm.
Perhaps we should try asking a more experienced person when you got a chance.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, now that you have double checked everything, and at least the mark itself and the mask, is there anything else you guys want to do, or like?
There. Let's see. For the evening here, given how everything has gone and probably getting much later into the evening, I know I still wanted to go and talk to the town quote unquote mayor.
The
There.
Burgermeister.
Mm, yes. But I'm
Yeah.
not sure where on timetables we are at the moment.
Well, I've got about like roughly 2 hours left, so if you guys want to check it out, you're more than free to.
Alright.
Alright.
So,
Yeah. So if you guys want to go ahead and check out the Burgermeister, you're more than free to do so, or the mayor at least. I don't know.
Mhm.
I'm bad on names.
Yeah.
And just for, I believe, reference points, his place should have the tower.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be a red building, like literally a door over, and it has a
Yeah.
little tower with a red there you go, that one. So if you want to go over there and check it out, you're more than free to do so. There is also the option of trying to figure out where the ruffians ran off to.
There is one side thing, real quick.
Yep.
In Paarth's absence, did he technically have a short rest?
Yeah, he's recovered. So,
Okay.
because like it's been like more than an hour, and
Oh,
so
right,
during
I
your
was
time of
unharmed.
playing and everything, yeah, you would have gotten a rest at that time, like a short rest.
I forgot I was
Mhm.
completely unharmed in the last fight, so my health is full anyways. Never mind.
Let's
Mhm.
go.
There. Alright.
Oh yeah, there was one question I wanted my character to ask Varcave.
What is it?
Is that my character would ask the barkeep, "Hey, the ruins that the ruffians have been seen around. Do you know if that building used to have a basement or something?"
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
My character asks the barkeep, the ruins that the red band ruffians have been seen around. Do you know if that building used to have a building or a cave attached to it? I mean, a
I
A
unfortunately would.
basement.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Unfortunately, I just know that, according to rumors I've heard, they've been going in and out of that place, but it's ruins, so I don't know how they'd be able to, you know, do any much up there. Um, there might be one person who knows a bit more about it. I've heard one of our locals talk about how he's it's a dumb rumor, but he said that he saw someone going in the ground through the forest or so, but I I don't know. If it's a manor, they may have a cellar, at least from what I understand, but as far as I'm concerned, I have no idea.
out of curiosity, who's the one that's claimed to see people going through the ground?
I don't really know the specific people, unfortunately. It's just people tell tall tales sometimes. So, I mean,
Fair enough. Thank you for answering.
no problem.
At that point, Vladimir just stands from his seat. He carefully takes his backpack and slings it on his back, walks back over to where his drink was, and he finishes it. And he reaches into his pocket and then pulls his paw back out and then sets the empty container down with a couple pieces of gold, going, I know you said drinks around the house, but thank you for your hospitality. And he gives those to the barkeep there.
Oh, thank you. Anytime. And she takes the gold from you and puts it away. And good luck with these ruffians.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll need it.
When the ruffians are gone, perhaps you should talk to your local enchanters to refresh the wards on your tavern. They seem to be very weak.
I don't think we have any sort of magic wards on our tavern at all. Though we don't really have anyone experienced in magic around here. So just small village and sorts.
Yes. Then you should get in touch with the tavern guilds. They provide warding for taverns to help prevent attacks like these. As just part of a service.
Would they?
want
Would
to
you
make
know?
sure
Would you know that though?
given my background, yeah.
Okay. Yep. Sounds good. Just want to double check.
Mhm.
Oh, I'll definitely have to go ahead and take a look into that then. But Godspeed to you all. As she
Thank you.
starts clearing up and everything, and then you see her just kind of go through a door in the back, and you hear a locking noise.
There. All right. Well, it seems
Well.
that the ruffians have made their point for the evening. I think we would be safe enough to go and pay this mayor a visit and find out what is going on.
Sounds like a plan then. Well, I'll leave you all to the rest of your business then, as I'm gonna get some sleep. If you know what I mean.
Yes, you're tired. You will go, you'll lay your head down on something and shut your eyes and dream vividly for a few hours.
doesn't really respond. He's like, sounds good then. Well, good luck on your mission then, and let me know if you get any updates.
I was really waiting for him to go, oh, I guess you do know what I mean.
Just kind of taken aback. He's like, oh, I guess you do know. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like, well, I'll catch you on the other side, if you know what I mean. It's like, yeah. And you see him just kind of start to exit the tavern itself and start walking to the side. Before he just kind of like walks out in the middle of the night. Do that. There you go. And it
So-
is left to the rest of you in the section of the tavern.
Yeah, so I'll just reiterate just for the rest of the party because everybody was distracted with their own things. On the table in front of pardon me, Vladimir, you can see that, yep, there's Paarth. He's looking surprisingly well groomed. His scales are all clean and shiny. There's a little wreath of flowers laying on the table, and Paarth seems to be outfitted with little saddlebags on his sides now.
Hmm.
Since Vlad has already cleaned it off, his collar and the guild amulet looks shiny as ever.
All right. Paarth, you have saddlebags now?
Paarth just casually peers up at Valkin and gives a little chirp with a little wiggle of his tail, seeming rather casual about it.
What could they have? Could they even hold?
Looks like small stuff.
There are few coins at the most, unless they are magical in some respect.
Does Valkin go to investigate it?
There, yes. I pick up one of the utensils there off the table, and Paarth, would you mind if I checked your bags?
The pseudodragon tilts his head really far to one side, looking rather perplexed at Valkin, and it seems to take a few moments for him to consider the question before giving an uncertain step towards him.
Thank you. I undo one of the little satchels there and start to put the spoon into the satchel to see if it actually, hits the bottom there, or if it, takes it up.
Throwing that. Okay. That you opened the empty bag. Ace, are the bags normal or are they bottomless?
Sorry, I don't know why right now, but some of the people in my apartment complex are just like cutting the leaves now. So, like right in front of our apartment.
Oop.
So Valkin was testing
No.
Paarth's saddlebags.
Yeah, they're
he
just
opened,
like
he opened the empty one. Are they mundane or are they bags of holding or something?
they're just standard satchels. Like they're ones that have already been on your person, to some degree. And but you do notice that like as you like kind of finick with like one of them, you do see like something like clings together, like metal against metal.
Yep, in the second saddlebag.
Yes.
Well, sounds like some coin in the other one. And they are mundane.
Well, the thing, as you cling around in it, it doesn't feel like coins. It's like what looks to feel like like a metal, like a small little metal rod with like some points at the end.
It's a small,
Yeah.
small metal bulky item that, well, bulky in the terms of the size of the saddlebag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's you're able to like do you pull it out or so or
Yeah, go ahead and pull it out here.
okay. Yep. So you do see this intricately well designed key as described earlier, as it being like as it goes, like it descends, going from like the loop in the key to like the ends of the points. It looks as if the seasons change with the key, going from like like a snow-capped winter, going down into like spring, like spring showers, going into like the summer grass grown and with like little flowers, and then going into the fall with some points having like some autumn crisp like orange and brown leaves.
And then,
Hmm.
yep. And as soon as the key is removed and starting to be inspected, you can tell that Paarth has become a lot more attentive. He's watching really carefully what's happening to that key, and he's like staying really close to Valkin while he's looking at it.
Hmm.
It seems that whatever it
Vladimir-
is, it looks really important to Paarth.
Yeah,
Vlad-
I make sure that I don't make any moves that like I'm putting the key away. I'm examining it in full view for Paarth.
At that point, Vladimir turns over and looks at the key, and that's in Vulcan's paws, and he thinks about a little bit of the visualization conversation that he and Paarth had. Vladimir speaks up a little bit and goes, Vulcan, I don't think you need to worry about that. Just go ahead and give that back to Paarth.
He's very intricate here.
Yes, but I do believe now is not the time.
Yes. There. I go to put the key back in the saddlebag.
Paarth's
And
head
Paarth-
turns to follow the key until he's confident that it's back in his bag.
And Paarth can tell that Vladimir was basically standing up for Paarth for that
Mhm.
one, because he saw the emotion of like, what are you doing with my key?
Yep. Like, that's mine. What are you doing with it?
Mhm.
Give it back, my key. No. All right. So you go ahead and put it away then.
Vulpin can
Mhm.
looky, but no takey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the key is put back, and the satchel is like clicked back, and kind of like, closed for you.
Mhm.
And so now like everything is just kind of settled down a little bit, with some things discovered and still questionable in the regards. The question does ring within everyone's minds of like, do we investigate upon the ruffians more to see where they've gone and to check out like this manor that's been kind of talked about, or do we go and check out this mayor that's been also mentioned as well?
Hmm.
You're the talking
While the
party,
party's-
so you guys make the decision there.
While the party is thinking on that,
Bruh.
is there a roll that I could make to see if I knew or kind of recognized what the key may have alluded to?
Knowledge Arcana roll, I'm guessing? Or actually history. He's a Volpine.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
We're saying Knowledge Arcana or Knowledge History for him to guess at the key.
I'm so sorry. These blowers. Hold on.
Mm.
Give me a second. I'm gonna close the window.
Shocking that it's not coming over his mic. Good tuning on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it stopped.
In-game
So
chat.
knowledge, arcane, or history to identify the key. Like identify like the key as in like
What it is.
like-
Just origins there. Anything about the key that I might be able to glean. Other than pretty looking key.
it's very foreign to you. Like you wouldn't really know exactly where to start with it. Though I guess the only thing I'd say it's history check.
Okay.
It's just really hard to pinpoint.
Aw.
Oof.
Good grief,
Yeah.
2 3s?
The dice roll
Die-
confirmed it.
I
Yeah.
really hate me. Yeah, I mean,
but-
it's 6, but still, like that's 3 twice in a row. That's wow.
It's a key
Yeah,
to put in
it's
a
a key.
thingy.
It just looks like a really cool key.
Is this a history check everybody is allowed to make?
If you want to, go ahead.
The Volpines for sure. Yeah, actually, the elves I would suppose could too, wouldn't they?
How do I do the
Yeah.
roll
Half elves.
command?
Exclamation mark 1d20 plus whatever the number is for your history.
Oh.
Yeah,
Should my character be doing the role as well, or
if you want
You're
to.
half elf, so you could if you wanted to.
How's a 19?
Yeah, you got it. Anyone else want to check?
Oops, accidentally rerolled that.
Okay, so 14.
sure,
Okay.
it's also just a freaky.
Okay, so Marshall, you are the only person able to identify this. Within like the general stories that you have read over as a part of your like history as being like a librarian, you do know that this looks like an homage to the courts of the Feywilds. And these are just like rumors and tales, but since you have a pseudodragon right in front of you, it wouldn't be like too much of a difficulty to make a connection that this would be a key that goes to the Feywilds, specifically to one of the 4 courts for the seasons.
Is there anything on there to determine like whether it be for summer, winter, spring, etc.?
The only thing that you can see that is most prevalent upon the key is the season that shows summer. So you can probably like with the 19, you can make the connection that this probably is a key that does have a direct connection to the summer court, but you're not too exactly sure as to how it has a connection to summer courts. You just know that it could be most connected and driven to there.
Okay.
Yeah. Upon specific usage, you're not too sure. You just know that it's a key.
Yeah, this is from what I've read, this is like a key for like the summer court of the fairies, like for the Feywild.
Paarth,
Not sure how to use it though. Like that's
Paarth
all I
is
remember.
listening and gives a little chirp while tilting his head to one side and then the other, looking at Marshall carefully.
But I was a librarian. I know this.
My
I don't
job.
I don't think Paarth understands the fact that you were a librarian, so he might not understand that you may have prior knowledge to it. But given things that Paarth and I have kind of talked about, to him, this is like a bedroom for yourself.
Oh.
So for him, it's more of a, and he looks over at Paarth, more of a private space, correct?
Paarth bobs his head up and down.
So it's, with that, I don't see any problem with it. Besides, we've got bigger problems at hand currently. In fact, we need to decide our next move.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, what I see, there's two things we can do. We can go check the ruins, probably find a hideout if we do so.
Wait, do you think we'd take another long rest before that, like before we do a long rest, or do you think this would be the last one before the next day?
We
It's
didn't.
so to recall, like you
No,
were you were assaulted like at the end of your long rest, like during this night. So even though this has just been within like an hour, getting closer to like 2 hours, like you're still pretty awake, you know, because you rested during the middle of the day when you arrived at
Oh
Phandalin.
yeah.
Yeah, we've since gone through 2 fights, and a lot of us have burned a lot of slots, but it's not been very long since the long rest either.
Because I was
Yeah.
gonna say, if we do go to a long rest soon, I may as well use Arcane Recovery.
Well, you guys just did have a short rest, so you would have been able to do that.
I was debating between using it then versus later, because
Okay.
I didn't know if we do another short rest.
I believe I've already burned my magical recovery. I can only do it once per long rest.
Well,
Mhm.
we just did a long rest there, so you would have that back, and we now just did a short rest post that back-to-back fight.
I'm saying all the spell slots we did during those 2 fights were burned, and I can't do
Mhm.
magical recovery because I did magical recovery after the first fight before the second fight.
Yeah.
Ergo,
So
I still have just a couple slots left, and we can't do a long rest because, well, frankly, it's not been long enough since the last long rest.
yeah. So question stands is, what's your next move?
Nora says there's two things we can do. We can either go to the ruins, probably find the out where the fans are hiding. Have to do a lot of fighting though, or we just go check on the mayor, and that'd probably be a little bit less dangerous.
Mm.
Yeah,
given
but
our current state, I could probably see trying to track down the mayor would be best option. But here's the thing. If we track down the mayor, we may get more of unpleasant company. So that's something we need to be aware of.
Yes. I am hoping that the mayor will be able to give us more insight onto the onto the manor at on the hill. More intelligence we have before going there, I think the better. Plus, it is a possibility of trouble at the mayor's office, or a guarantee of trouble if we go to the manor. This is how I see it.
Either way, we've got similar pros and cons. We just need to be prepared for one. I would say let's pay the mayor a visit.
With that prompt, Paarth clambers up onto Vlad's shoulders there.
And feeling Paarth climb up onto Vlad's shoulders, he reaches up with a paw and gives him a gentle pet on the head.
He gets to use a little happy little chirp noise from Paarth.
And Vlad just kind of looks over to Paarth and just kind of whispers to him a little bit, going, "Next time you need break, just say so. Okay?"
There's a little chirp noise from Paarth and a gentle headbutt against the side of his head.
And Vladimir just chuckles a little bit, and Paarth gets the warm sensation of like slight joy, like he's like Paarth's grown onto him a little bit.
Aw. Okay, so you guys are heading off to the mayor's place to go investigate?
Yes.
Okay. So you decide with all of that discussing to make your way on over to the mayor, and you guys can move your miniatures however easy you please. If you go down right in front of where the shrine is at and you go over, then you can see oh, shoot me with that guy. There you
Norelor.
go.
Interesting placement of bodies.
Yeah,
Uh,
you do. You do
and-
kind of see that the bodies themselves are kind of like nonchalantly like resting like on the against the the doors themselves and the
Very
side of the
warning.
building.
They're a warning.
Yeah.
If you place them in a different position, you could almost make it look like they were sleeping on benches.
Yeah.
It was quite a task to move them, okay?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
could I have him done it so that I did arcane recovery in that short rest, or is it too
Yeah.
late now? Okay.
I think your
okay.
arcane recovery is like my magical recovery, so just remember you can only do it once per
Once per
long rest.
Yeah.
And then I have to move Marshall's character, so
Yeah.
follow him.
I need to replace parts of my computer. It was the one where it's like, oops, your things are too old. Hardware failure.
Not gonna lie, when these models move, they look like South Park characters.
Ding, 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 ding.
And why
Boing,
can't it be
boing,
like the
boing.
army men from Toy Story?
Nah.
Let's see.
I guess we
oop,
don't see
and
any
then-
of this action going on over here.
Yeah, so that's not a door over here. This way for a door.
Yes, my bad. Also, these were not supposed to be here, so my apologies. I meant to remove that earlier. They are supposed to be in here. Yep, my bad. I forgot. There's like the one door that's in there, and I just completely forgot. So it's supposed to be all the way around this way. So
There's
Yep.
that.
you make it over this way instead, and as you go ahead and you approach the door to the mayor's office, what do you do?
There. Oh.
Your service.
The
Yep.
dreaded door. Oh, Jesus Christ. The dreaded door. What the fuck did the camera go for me? Oh, there you are. I just want shot all the way across the freaking map.
Well, as you know, for Paarth, doors are definitely evil.
Hmm.
Mhm.
No, but try just listen.
Oh,
Wait
wow.
for a moment.
I gotta check. I guess it doesn't matter which one. Observation. I keep forgetting the darn word. Perception and investigation check,
Investigate.
whichever one you want. I think it'll be perception. I forgot I should need to roll 2 of these because I have bonus
Wait,
towards
what
those.
are you checking?
I'm looking to see if that hole is real.
It's not. It's just the way that it was set up. So
So there's no
Hmm.
gapes in the building that are
No.
pseudo-draki sized.
no, from what I'm seeing here, no.
Okay.
There's like probably one like since there is like a watchtower to the building
At
itself.
the very top there, yeah.
You could probably check up there and see if there's maybe any sort of hatches or whatnot. But like from here, it's just the way the modeling is set. There's just no like nooks and crannies.
Yeah, I just thought I would check because pseudo-dragons would obviously go, ooh, look, opening.
Yep.
Alright, in that case, I just stay put for now.
Okay, I gotta wait some moment trying to listen, see if there's like a massive conversation happening at the moment or not inside.
So you put your ear to the door then?
I was about to say, this sounds like deja vu.
Are you sure you want to do that?
The last time she's done it twice. The last time Dan resulted her gain heart.
But do you?
Yes, she just wants to see if there's like a heated debate going on in the cabin in the thing at the moment or not.
Okay. Um, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Mm.
Poor Norelor. Innate fear of putting ears to doors.
Norelor, avid cleric, weakness, doors. Okay, so that's a 9. Okay. As you go ahead and you put your ear to the keyhole as to like make sure you can hear better, you're kind of starting to freak out and just thinking, please don't let there be a person there. Please don't let there be a person there. Please don't let it open the door on me. But you really don't hear anything on the inside. And as you kind of like listen into a moment, you can like, yeah, it's just kind of hard to hear when suddenly you hear like the skirting of like wood against wood, and a couple of like footsteps that are just kind of walking around, like someone's up at this late hour.
Mhm.
That's
Do you
pretty
hear?
much all you hear.
I said, well, she takes her ear away from the door and takes a few steps back. Well, there's somebody up, but it doesn't sound like there's a conversation or anything like that.
Well, let's try knocking quietly.
So you go to knock on the door.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You go to knock, and as you knock, it takes a second, but the door opens. Just kind of creaks at first and looks, and you see like a person's face peek out until the full doors open, until you see what looks to be a human, and just kind of like he's just like
The human has ascended.
Yes.
yes, it's like sorry, how can I help you? It's really late out. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. I didn't expect any visitors at this time.
Do not worry. Will only be a moment. And then, may we come in?
I'd like to know what your business is before entering a man's home, if that be the case.
Let us say that returning you to a more peaceful operation would be our business.
Is that like a you're trying to persuade him, or like without telling him?
Yeah, I'd like to try and persuade him.
Make a persuasion
I
check.
was like, I'm not sure if that's persuasion or intimidation.
Yeah. It's like I have to double check.
I was about to do the Futurama, not
Okay.
sure if me there.
Mm-hmm.
Here, what's your total?
+7, so 24.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter if it was persuasion or intimidation. It's 7 either way.
He looks at you curiously, but you make a valid point with your not really giving much of a point. He's like, all right, come in, and he just steps aside and lets you all enter in the house.
Precipitation.
Yeah, it's more of like curiosity that is letting him draw you on into the house itself. But he does step aside. He's like, this is in fact where the mayor usually stays, as this is the town hall. But did you have any particular business with the mayor at this time?
Yes, indeed. And it would be better discussed now as opposed to in broad daylight.
Well, unfortunately, as he goes ahead and closes the door behind you guys, the mayor hasn't been out of his office in the past couple of days. I've tried to get him out for you, just to help with the situation itself, but he just doesn't answer, doesn't leave.
There. There is he, and you're his assistant.
At this time, yes. I'm basically just I help with planning different events and sorts, and really just helping around as best I can. If there's like any sort of requests or so on the town boards, I help post it up, or but overall it's just I am, yeah, I guess you could say I'm an assistant to him.
Very well. And it is just you and he in this abode.
As far as I'm concerned, yeah, I'm the only one here besides the mayor being upstairs. But if he's still in his office or so sleeping, it's probably not a good time to try and wake him up, you know?
A man who has not left his room for several days. The evening would not be a good time to wake him when matters are of import.
Well, it's the middle of the night. It's more than just an evening. So, but if you have any business that needs to be attended to, I can hopefully try to get him to come out and address you.
There. Try, as I think the very reason he has boarded himself up is the reason why we are here.
And what reason is that you need him?
Look, Vulcan. May I? As
Go right
Vladimir
ahead.
speaks up. Okay. We are here to help you with a current infestation that you currently have here in your humble village. We're trying to get intel so that we can assist in eradicating it. Particularly the ruffians here.
The guild sent you all? As he says, a bit quieter.
Well, officially we're not tied to guild, however we were on our way over. So I suppose you could call it... I suppose there is a slight connection, so...
But you're
Yeah.
here to help with the situation, right?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Oh, thank the gods. We've been trying to get someone over here for a while, but communication's been hard to get out. What do you need to know?
As much as you know. Particularly, there is a manor that is in ruin at top of hill. We've been told that the ruffians have been observed getting in and out of those ruins. Is there anything you can tell us about it?
There is. From I've actually personally experienced being up there. And as they have dealt with me privately on this manner, but if you're going to be getting rid of them, then I might as well tell you. They once dragged me up there, as there was one time where, in the past couple weeks, that these ruffians, they weren't given their pay that they had forced upon us, and they dragged me up there, and they beat me senselessly. But from what I saw, there is a way that they are descending into the manor. I used to work as a servant there when I was younger, or at least helping with like fixing it up and hopefully trying to get it fixed up or so, after at least its unfortunate destruction. but from what I can at least gather, there is a cellar that goes down into the depths of the manor itself. And if you're looking to take care of them, I can show you where they're entering in and out of.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Do you know how long they've been here?
2 months.
2 months. Do you roughly know how many of them are there?
It's hard to tell. They're
Roughly?
roughly. I know that I've heard of the ones you took care of tonight, so that might be a good amount, but I know that they've been having a sort of conform, or how do I put it? Convincing. As he like does like a little like quotation mark thing with his fingers. As some of the townsfolk have been convinced to join their cause. So I'm not too sure the exact number, though I know that originally when they came over there were about 40 or 50 of them.
Oof.
But I know that that some of them have left, but while others are still taking charge here, so maybe less. I just know that one of their biggest places that they reside around is the manor itself.
Okay. And I suppose that the mayor has had himself locked in his office particularly to get away from these ruffians, correct?
That is what I thought at first. And it was kind of hard to understand itself, since there wouldn't be any access towards the main office, at least, for the mayor here, as he points down to like the door that is like down the hall. Here, I can show you my marker, like right here. It's like, though recently I have been seeing some of these ruffians barge in and enter the office by just knocking on it.
Oops.
hmm.
Wrong buttons. Why am I pressing wrong buttons?
Why are you?
No.
There we go. So,
Message.
God damn it. Trying to move the camera, not the token.
Don't
There we
hold
go.
Shift.
No, I keep pressing the arrow keys instead of WASD to move the
Oh,
camera.
Hmm.
So these ruffians just barge in. No questions asked.
You kind of do that when you run a place.
Yeah,
Sadly.
that's fair. That's fair. Okay. What else can you tell us about them?
While this conversation is happening, Paarth just flutters down onto the floor and starts just poddling about, like just sniffing the floor and randomly exploring, with keeping a casual eye to see whether or not the person that the party's talking to pays any real heed towards me if I would just act like a normal critter would.
Okay. So you're just kind of like, sniffing around a little bit and getting a better view.
Yep, and pottering around on the floor near the staircase.
Okay. Yeah, you can just kind of get like different sort of scents and everything. Like people have been gone in and out and everything, but primarily the place looks pretty clean. At
I
least from what
mostly
you're
just
saying.
smell one human scent or two human scents, or probably more.
It's a variety of mixtures, as this is a pretty big place when it comes down to like people interacting and talking with each other, you know. And as this man gets back to you, he like kind of looks back and forth without saying anything, and he does like he points towards the door and doesn't say anything, but he has a bit of a stare towards it.
Which door? There's 3 here.
The one that is the one that he's been pointing at, so like the office specifically.
Oh, you're talking
Yeah.
about way
This
over
Like
here?
one.
this, yeah,
Oh,
that
that's
one,
the
that one right there.
office. Oh, I thought the guy was upstairs. I thought you said he was upstairs earlier.
Well, he's saying that the mayor is upstairs, like
Oh, the
he's been
mayor's
locked in his room
upstairs.
upstairs, but that there's an office
Right here.
that's
Okay.
down here. Yes, and he's pointing towards that, and you can see a little bit of trembling as he does that.
Why are you scared of the orcs?
He just like keeps, he like kind of like keeps like pointing at it, and he mouths to you like they're here.
Did
Hmm.
I see?
Let me do a personal check because I am distracted with other things. I am not looking at the human. Let's see if I pick up on this at all. Surprisingly, I do. Okay. Paarth picks up on what the guy's gesturing and makes his way over to the table, and I ready an action of an Eldritch Blast on a offensive force coming through that door.
Would you like, in a equally quiet voice, would you like us to take care of them?
He nods.
Vladimir kind of turns his head back after hearing that, and he kind of gestures his paw towards the human of like, take cover.
You see that the human he backs up a little bit and kind of like sets himself against the wall.
How long have they been waiting?
He just kind of whispers like, they've been in here for a couple of hours now.
Just sitting in the room.
Yep, he nods.
Do they do this often?
He shakes his head no.
So many.
He puts up 3 fingers.
Very well. There. And I take up a position here on the other side of the table and ready a Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
And
So just like any ruffian you see, just shoot at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for that matter, if
And-
people have enough time to move, I'll reposition.
and
Thingy, stop
Vladimir's
shooting.
going to approach the door like right at the corner, blade drawn, and at the first ruffian that walks through that door, he's dropping his blade onto.
Is it a pushy door or a pulley door?
Oh yeah, that is
I
a good
bel-
question.
I believe it is a pushy door, but please do not look as I quickly
We
check
can
it on
already
stream.
we can already see 2 rendered characters on our screens anyway.
Bruh, don't cheat.
You made them visible during the conversation at the very end there.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Here, there we go. Do a little. It's fine. They'll be revealed anyway. So,
Mm-hmm.
I've just opened. Okay,
It's a
so it
pulley
is
door.
it's a pulley door. Okay, cool.
It's a pulley door.
The door's
Ah.
pulley. I didn't make the map.
Well,
Let's.
I could just see us readying actions. Vlad pulls the door open. We all let loose a shot. Vlad slams the short door closed again. We all repeat.
Yep.
Truly, that's not a bad idea. Actually, that is not a
Mhm,
bad
mhm.
idea. So, so would Vladimir realize that this is a door that you pull open from this side to open?
As the handle is on the far left-hand side, yeah, you can identify that you
Okay.
can pull open.
So at this point, I'm sorry, I'm gonna pull this a little bit. So upon realizing this, he sheathes his blade and he looks over to Valkin, Paarth, and even
Marshell.
kind of looks back towards Marshell, and he goes, "No, I can't do anything in this current position except open the door. If I open the door, it may give you direct access."
And I believe that Marshall's game has crashed on him there.
Yes,
Oh.
it has.
Yeah,
So
I'll
can't
be
move my character.
so I'll
You
be
can watch from our
controlling him.
view.
Yeah,
Mhm.
So I'm
just
guessing,
let me know what you want to do.
Yeah, I'm guessing Marshall will want to be hereish, or because of his cone of frost, does he want to be up here?
Yeah, my Ray of Frost. Although, is that our plan of that's our plan of action?
Mhm.
Yeah, basically Vladimir's gonna open the door. All you spellcasters just go range attack in the door, and then Vladimir will quickly close the door again.
Okay,
Mhm.
so I'm just gonna move
Okay.
him right here. That way he has a better direct sight.
Mhm.
Okay. It's either I could either do that or Toll the Dead, but I do not trust Toll the Dead yet because it's
You-
13 Wisdom save. So
Yeah.
Unless you deliberately stagger yourself to go after somebody, Toll the Dead's not very useful until you hit somebody who's already hurt.
yeah, and I'm assuming I'm gonna want to be the first one to go because I have Ray of Frost.
If we do a surprise action, we're all technically doing our attacks at the same time.
Mhm.
Okay, then I'll just Ray of Frost. Then I can Toll the Dead later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically, we're stacking a deck of reactions. Vlad's reaction is open door on his turn, react by closing it, and all of our reactions is shoot when door is open, and then we take a turn after the door closes.
Okay, just clarifying.
Pretty
but
much.
Thank you.
That's how the stack would resolve, correct, Ace?
That is correct. So basically, I'll allow you to do that, and then combat will begin. Because like
Mhm.
in 5e, like surprise is more of like a condition versus
Yeah.
like a
Mhm.
round. But I'll allow you to get this. Like I'll begin combat right now, and then we'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah, basically
Um,
how surprise works is when they're surprised until it's their turn, and then they're no longer surprised. They can't
Yeah.
move or take any actions
So
or reactions until their turn.
due to our thing, you have to deliberately delay my action to after Vladimir.
yeah,
Mhm.
well, because it's like
Well, this would be the turn order for after our surprise round.
yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so just don't click anything. We just will imply. So
Yep,
Yes.
I've already initiated, so we'll just do this. So, let me go ahead and change the music to
Mhm.
better fit this situation.
Yes.
And you know what? Let's go ahead and do I want to find a good battle music. Restoring honor. There we go. There we go. I like that. How does that sound?
I'm
Mhm.
still waiting for it to change. On my end.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there we go. So
By
mine is-
restoring your honor, you're going to sneak attack these mofos. Okay, let's see. Also, sorry, I just need to get the character stuff up and ready. So,
Mhm.
That's all good. When you're ready, just open the door, and I will take my reaction.
give me one moment. Okay, so at the beginning of what the ruffian. Where's your? Oh wait, that's right. I have the stats right here on the thing. So, okay. Yeah. So you are more free to begin it. So within one swift movement, at the use of your reactions.
So I was gonna say, Vladimir looks over to the rest of the group and just goes, "Are you ready?"
Ready.
And he waits for everyone else giving approval nods of being ready.
I nod.
And at that point, he holds up his paw, going with the 3 fingers, counting down 3, 2, 1, rips open the door.
All right. To those of you who are holding your action, go ahead and make an attack.
When you roll for me, it's +7.
Sure. 1d20 plus 7. Okay. Marshall, yours is a 10.
Ish.
It's a saved animation roll. Oh, because you're doing Okay, here. Let me go ahead and
I'm
get that.
assuming that doesn't hit.
Yours does not hit. Paarth, what is yours?
19.
19. That will hit.
And my character will told the dead whatever Davwyn hit with his attack.
Yes. Let's see if that works. Okay, so that does fail, unfortunately, for the total of the dead. And then Breaker, what was your roll?
24.
Okay, so both the Eldritch Blast do successfully hit. Since the immediate target is with this tiefling, that is the target is going to hit. Especially since for
Speaking
Paarth,
my Eldritch Blast has a push effect on it.
it does. So go ahead and roll your guys' damage, as the target is going to specifically. It's only going to be this guy, since that's the clearest target you can get.
Yeah, he's the only one we can clearly see.
Yes,
Oh, that also takes up my reaction too.
it does.
Yeah.
And
So-
because of Repelling Blast, we have both shoved him directly into another creature, which means they take bludgeoning damage into each other, don't they?
Usually if it's not enough force, I usually do a roll to confirm. So, let's see. Yep,
Yeah.
they do. And they also go prone as well. So
Alright.
this guy is going to go prone because of that. Also, I have to get his stuff up correctly, so I do apologize for that. Oh, I forgot that this guy had a lot of health. Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. I have a description to give as well.
Yes, what is your description?
It's very brief. If your characters aren't entirely sure if they saw what they thought they saw, but as soon as Paarth let out his attack, his scales changed to a brighter crimson red, and his wings looked like they were gossamer, like a butterfly's for a moment as he let out his shot before he flecked right back to a normal pseudodragon appearance.
Very nice. Okay, and then so how much damage did this guy take in
like-
total?
12.
So 12 for Breaker, and then
Or it's 8 for me, and then another 4 for Davwyn for 12 total.
got it. Okay. Which I think actually, oh no, it's not. So he's almost. You see, that was a massive hit against this guy, as 2 beams, like literally cross and strike at this tiefling, as it has enough force to bump into this other larger guy, and he smacks against the bookshelf. It's like all you can hear is just intruders. As Paarth, it is your go.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is our actual
and
turn?
that- yeah.
Well, wouldn't Vladimir have the reaction of once the attacks conclude, he slams the door shut?
I think his surprise was opening the door, and we were
Oh,
anticipating
okay.
that your turn would be you closing it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, on your turn you would have to close it. But
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
I gotcha.
But you can clearly see, at least for Norelor, Marshell, and then also Vlad, or not Vlad, sorry, Valkin, that there are 3 people immediately in the room, and they are wearing similar gear that is to Red Band Ruffians stuff.
So I just had this vision of like Vladimir whips open the door and he just sees 2 beams just whoosh right through the door frame.
Whips open the door and nannies the window.
So,
Yep.
although less realistic in reality play here, does this mean Paarth manages to let out 2 shots before the door shuts?
I mean, it's like I let you guys get the chance before like combat initially hits, so yeah, you can get like another opportunity to hit. So
Okay, just checking before I do so. By the way,
Yeah,
my
but
dice
you-
keep escaping from the building, so you can clear the dice.
just
after.
roll outside the building.
Oh, that was a complete miss.
Okay, so
There's a 1.
your beam goes haywire after the excitement of this, and it just kind of shoots and hits the ceiling.
Yep.
Quick question there. You said that because of that roll on the 5, was that that caused him to go prone? Did that have any damage associated with it, or no?
Damage has already been dealt to him, so you see that it kind of hit with the force, so he took some damage.
The one that got hurt, he went prone from getting knocked over. The other guy got slammed to a bookcase.
That's correct.
Okay.
We basically did Newton's Cradle to the 3 guys in there.
And is that your turn, Paarth?
I was debating about moving, but I don't see any reason to, so that's my turn.
Okay. Vladimir, blades and gun drawn. What you got?
He is going to slam the door shut.
Quick reminder there. Last session, Ace decided that closing and opening doors was bonus action, so if you wanted to shoot in there before you close the door, that would be a thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is a thing, isn't it?
Yep, you can do that if you want.
Actually, yeah. So
Just lean in, shoot, and close the door?
yeah, that's basically what he's gonna do. He's going to lean in, and he's going to pick a target and fire.
Okay. Upon looking directly through the door, you see that there is a proned bigger guy, a what looks to be a female tiefling that has been shot against the bookcase, and what looks to be a human, perhaps, that is holding a blade. If you want to step inward to see who else would be in the room, you can do that before you take a shot.
Okay, so... Oh, no, not in the rafters. So, in their midst, he's going to peek in.
You peek in?
I peek in and do a quick scan around the room.
I need you to make a wisdom save for me.
A wisdom save. That would be a +1. 19.
This is a magical effect.
It's not a magical effect.
Oh, okay, good. So I don't need to measure then.
Vlad, as you turn around the corner, gun pointed, you notice a horrifying figure in the corner. As you see this kind of hooded and masked figure that you've been seeing this entire time look up at you in the corner. And you see that, like, he's wearing similar gear to you are and has the exact same mask that you picked up in the tavern. And you see that he has himself ready for a shot against you as he pulls out a revolver, looking like the very similar Eldritch designed one that you had seen in a prior vision, as a muzzle flash consisting of green light fires at you. And I'm gonna clear the board just to make sure that things just are good. And let me see, what is the damage on that? Well, not the I haven't even rolled attempt to hit first, so let me see what that is too. I am sorry. I am trying to remember this. I have the info pulled up right here. I just can't seem to confirm.
Yeah. Since Vlad is peeking in, as he said, would he have like half or even 3/4 cover?
There is a 3/4 cover, so your AC does get a bonus of +1. So what's your total AC?
That'll be 18 total.
Okay, let's go ahead and see if it hits. So chat !1d20 plus. Here we go. 24 to hit.
Ooh.
Yeesh.
Yep.
Did
Oh,
it
my
hit?
bad. I didn't mean to do that. So I didn't mean to do the second roll. So you do get hit. Taking, I believe, it is a total of. I had this stuff written down.
Yeah.
Okay. So taking revolver damage, which is this. So 8 plus 5. So that is 13 piercing damage as a bullet gets fired right into your shoulder.
Ah!
You have the temp HP though, so
I do.
Yep.
yeah.
And you said 13?
Yes.
Remind me, if you could, please, the bonuses to defense on half cover versus 3/4.
So usually it's like a +1 then a +2, and then if it's three, if it's 3/4, I usually say disadvantage.
Okay, so this was
This was-
3/4.
No, this was he hit a quarter cover because he was peeking out from the he's a bit more from it. Oh wait, shit, you're right. Actually, it is disadvantage. My apologies.
Okay.
Oh.
So here, let me see if that actually redoes
So,
it.
so it's 3/4 cover plus half.
It still would have
Actually,
gotten it.
3/4 cover plus half.
So yeah, so,
Okay.
so since he's peeking out a little bit and he would like point around a little bit, the arm that you were pointing the gun around, he shot at it and was able to shoot and dig into your shoulder.
Now,
But you can
now
still
to
do
the-
your shot though.
Now, to the rest of the party, do they hear anything, or is it just me?
I mean, this is a gun fired, so they hear it like loud as day that a
Okay.
bullet with like a gun was fired and it shot into you, and that you were not the one who fired that right away.
Mhm.
And I'm guessing it sounded the exact same as Vlad's normal gun? as
It
far
sounds
as I'm
exactly
concerned?
the same from as far as you're concerned.
So all I see is, I hear the same kind of bang, and Vlad staggers backwards.
Yep.
Mhm.
Nope, that was not what I wanted to do. So, with that, he does take a step back from that slight stagger. And he's going to pull the trigger on... If I can actually get this thing in here. There we go. On this one here that's on the ground.
I will let you know that since it's a prone target, you will have disadvantage against the attack roll.
Oh, really?
Ranged attacks against a prone target have disadvantage.
Oh,
but
all right.
melees have advantage.
Yes.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, so
So
never
if
mind
you-
that then.
You could
Never
bust a
mind.
cap in the tiefling girl.
Yeah, I'll bust a cap in the tiefling.
Alright, go ahead and give me attack roll.
So it'll be this. Yeet. That'll give me. Where did I see it? Why am I spacing on where my thing is?
It should just be your proficiency bonus plus your dexterity.
Ah, there we go. Okay, yeah, proficiency bonus plus dexterity. So that plus 5, that makes it 7. So that was 1724.
All right, go ahead and roll. Actually, you don't even need to roll damage. So, so you, after getting shot, you quickly pull up your revolver and fire, and you see that, like, in a split second, this tiefling girl goes limp as the amount of, like, the bullet goes into her head, and you see that her head literally just flings back against the bookcase as she slumps.
Oof.
Hmm.
She literally had like 4 health left, and I believe that your dexterity had just enough to take her out. So, so yeah,
So-
you killed her.
So I got rattled by 2 loud bangs.
Mhm.
Yes.
And as the reaction, I am going to Vladimir's going to slam the door shut. And seeing as there's still some movement left, let me see. Try and figure out a good position to not block any views, but if I just go straight back, I'm blocking 4 lines of view.
Yeah.
So
Eh,
Could just go back there.
he's just gonna step back over here. And the plan is, at this point, knowing that, as soon as the door opens, I highly doubt he'll be able to do it, but the idea is, if the door opens, he'll slam it shut on them.
Oh yeah, you just kick it open. But yeah, so since you use your action, bonus action, a little bit of your movement, is that the end of your turn then?
Yeah, that's the end of the turn.
Cool. It is the dead tiefling's turn. Now it is the big guy's turn, who he gets up
I get up.
and he turns his attention immediately to the door as he is just like, "What's going on?" As he literally attempts to take his weapon and just shatter through the door. So I need to go ahead and roll and see if he gets that. It does that.
So he tries to sunder the door.
He tries to bust down the door.
hmm.
And in one fell. Let's see how much damage he deals actually, because he definitely hits it.
Mhm.
What the fuck? Okay, sorry, I just saw something really weird in the map. Okay. Let's see, what's his damage die? He definitely should be able to shatter this door. Oh, that's right. It's like a D12.
It's a pretty sturdy door.
Yeah. Let's see if he busts it down.
Four.
You see that, like, I'll say with at least that amount of force, he takes his weapon and he smashes against it once. And Vlad, from your end, you kind of have to like lean against the wall a bit as you see the hinges and like the screws and everything, the bolts that are in there, they break off and fly like right next to you as the door gets busted down. I would have. Hold on.
Here's Johnny.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that for him, and then you ruined it. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll check you out next Sunday. No, I'm joking.
Here's Johnny.
So,
I was
as
really thinking the same thing.
as my party decided to completely ruin that joke,
You're welcome.
he busts down the door sexual style, and is there a way I can tilt this? I want to flip it. Whatever. The door's down on the floor, and he's like, "All right, who messes with us?" And he just takes a step forward, pretty
Is
much,
he goated
and
with the sauce? Is he goated with the sauce?
yes, indeed. He's goaded in the sauce as you see that he kind of takes a step around to the table to just kind of close the distance between people. Though he's still within like your 5 feet there. Aeros. Also, you'd use your gun, so you would still have that out. And that's his turn. Next up is the guy with the sword. And you see that he, like, as the door gets busted down,
Style?
he rushes towards this kind of end and uses the wall to like kind of like quickly jump at it and try to pierce and stab forward towards Norelor. And so Norelor, what is your AC?
With a shield equipped, 17.
17. Okay. So 1d20 plus. Yeah. Okay. That's how much it is. Yep. So he goes to attempt to strike at you with his long sword that he has pulled out, holding in 2 hands. Oh, it meets it, beats it. Oh no. Okay.
Can't react because that was our reaction earlier.
Yep. Unfortunately, it was. Oh. And since that was versatile that he does it, it is going to be this much damage.
Wait a minute, where was the reaction earlier from him?
It was you guys had used your reaction for shooting in the door, because I said that combat was initiated and you would all at one point do that.
Oh, I thought that was a held action, not a reaction we used.
It is a held action, as you are using your action at that point to ensue a command to use your reaction later.
Alright, so I take 6 damage.
That is correct. And he goes to make a secondary attack against you. 22, that will hit. Taking 13 slashing against you.
That hurts.
Yeah, that does kind of give smarts.
My guy keeps rushing to the better defense.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. That is that man's turn. Next up, it is the figure that you, what is it that you, Vlad had saw, and 15, 20. So stepping out from the into like kind of the middle of like where you would be able to look into the room, like through the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
Norelor and also Marshall will be able to see that with a smoking barrel of a revolver, you see a hooded figure wearing similar clothing and wearing the mask that you had saw that Vlad had. As within one particular move, you see him start running in your direction as he uses a dash action. And within a moment's notice, he runs up the wall.
Oh damn.
And he basically goes like at to the end and runs up this particular wall to his right and is able to vault over Vlad.
Hmm.
Whoa.
As you see him just cover a little bit of extra difference over the table and just looking towards you with a gun ready in hand.
Aiming at anyone in particular, or just aiming at the party?
He's just kind of keeping it out, trained, like just ready to fire at any moment. Not towards anyone specific. Next up is this servant. As you basically just kind of see him cower a little bit. But he does take the chance to hold his staff that he has, and he goes up and behind the person that just vaulted over, and he goes to swing with it against him.
Damn spell, man.
He doesn't have spells.
He's a human spellcaster, but he's just got a big stick.
It's just the model. It's just the model that goes.
Is
It's
he
the
like a
best
monk
one
or
for him.
something?
Yeah, so he's just whacking with a big stick, or with
Pretty
whatever
much.
he's
Good
got.
nothing. I need to figure out what spell I want to use.
From behind.
Soon.
Yeah.
The thing is, everything changes in a turn, so you need to adapt quickly.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Is during other people's turns, you plan your move, but you may have to keep re-planning your move.
Okay, so it's a +6 to hit.
I've had to change my plans about 5 times now so far.
Yeah.
Mhm.
21 to hit. Ooh.
Nice.
So you see him literally take this stick, and from the side of his head, the quarterstaff clashes into him. And I need to make a certain check because
Oh no.
because this is gonna be either very terrifying or very exciting.
I need to figure out.
Okay, so that's one. So it's actually not too much. I have to change his health here. So that is he takes 5 damage. So, and I have to double check to see if something is going off. Oh no!
Wild magic?
No. You see, as upon this first hit, the mask falls off.
Mm.
Oh wow! So the human managed to knock the mask right off this guy.
Yeah, because it was technically a hit from behind, and you can kind of see it just kind of collapse forward onto it. But since no one is specifically trained upon this person, they're more focused on like you guys' direction is more towards that way. You haven't really seen what his face looks like just yet.
Okay.
But it's not the end of this servant's turn as he goes ahead and attempts to strike 2 more times with a flurry of blows.
Yo, let's
Dude,
go,
yes!
Dumbos, let's go.
He has had way too much of these guys.
Yeah.
He was
That's a
beaten to
21?
near death, so I guess he's really mad.
And that's
Oh my-
22.
Both hit.
Let's go.
As-
Dude, let's go.
As from one end, you see that like after the stick connects, he goes to basically do like a sort of clapping of where like he brings his leg up and kicks against the head again to confirm that the mask flies forward, and another punch straight to the this hooded figure's liver.
Let this be a lesson to you, everyone. Don't mess with secretaries.
Bro, what? Dice, why are you floating? That's not the roll. There we go.
There's a roll.
So that's 13 damage to this dude. Which is... Oh, wait, I can actually do the subtract die thing. Okay. uh, and with that, it is the spellcasters. Well, not the spellcaster, the monk, son of a gun. It is this guy's end of turn. So,
If you want, you can just
Vulcan.
rename him to Human Monk if it makes it easier.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I should have, but I'm stupid. I didn't make this map.
No, you can just rename him right now on the fly.
I will.
Yeah,
Yep. Valkin, it is your turn.
All right. So then, I am going to let's see. Start off by moving up here ish.
Onto the
and
onto the table.
it's the snapping thing. There.
Oh, so you're gonna go within 5 feet of like this dude right here.
Because I want to get an angle on
You want to put him back in the room again?
there. Yeah. So what I'm going to do here is start by doing a bonus action telekinetic shove.
Ooh, neat.
Oh.
Because the telekinetic feat.
Okay, against this guy.
Yep.
Okay, and then is there a save that needs to be done, or is it like?
Yep. It is a it's a was it strength? Yeah, strength save there against my spell save DC of 15.
Okay, so 15. Oh, there goes the
Mhm.
dice. He fails, and so is it like a proning or just like moving 5 feet, like moving backwards?
So let's see. It says here. Or moved 5 feet toward me or away from me.
Okay, so
There.
since Norelor is in the way of it being
Yeah,
towards
that-
you, do you just want to go backwards?
Yeah, I wanted to go backwards here. But I was thinking of this guy.
Oh,
big
you
bruiser
want?
guy.
Okay, you want? The bruiser guy. Okay, yep.
Mhm.
So he moves
Yep.
back like this.
That
As he
way
kind of-
he is. Yep.
So yeah, you push him backwards, and then that was your bonus action. So
And then for my action there, it is going to be. Where is it here? Burning Hands at 2nd level.
ooh, okay.
Mhm.
What is the
On-
cone for that? It's because you may hit allies.
Yep. So there, and that goes out 15 feet. Like, come on.
Cone of what? Burning
Uh,
hand.
Burning hands. It's a 15-foot cone, I believe.
Yes. Why is it not letting me do the cone thing?
You have it set to cone on our view.
Yeah, it's not doing the out thing.
Oh, it's
Oh,
actually
Oh,
because-
that's gonna set things on
you-
fire.
You have to click it again. So usually it goes around at like a 90-degree angle, since that usually works best. So
Oh wow, cones are 90 degrees.
that's usually what it is. I usually go with that preference since that works best with the actual areas itself.
So now that he's there, I can actually reposition myself slightly here to make sure it doesn't hit allies if that's what's necessary.
Yeah, I'll say that you're within a good area where you can hit both of these guys, though the building is going to start catching on fire if you do that.
Understood. I will take care of that quickly enough.
Okay, and then it's a dexterity saving throw for both of them.
There it is. Double checking. Yes, dexterity.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll both of their dice together. But then I'll count for them separately. Both fail.
All right, so that is 4d6 of fire damage And then
Go ahead and roll it.
and rolled.
Oh my!
Oh, wow,
Yo,
max
what the
damage.
fuck?
Basically.
Be dead.
Oh, yep, this dude is straight up crispy.
Being
So-
looking good, crispy.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ!
I raise my paws up there. One,
Valkin is
bracing
now a
the four
Firefox.
in front of me, and Ignis! Launching the burning hands on both of them.
Okay, so the swordsman had exactly 20 fucking health.
Yeah, you
Because
overkilled
I,
them.
because no, you give exact lethal on the swordsman, but this guy's still up.
Oh,
Not
So
for long.
literally as this fire kicks in, this swordsman immediately is burning to a crisp. Like, this guy is
they're
the
probably
is
just
the best.
shrieking as they go.
Yeah, like he is screaming in pain as he looks like the perfect embodiment of what a burnt marshmallow would look like.
Oh no.
Is that your turn?
there's more.
There.
Do you use
Yeah,
any of
there-
your remaining movement?
There, I do use my remaining movement here, if I can grab my guy. There.
Yep.
And I'm actually going to get over here next to this guy, because I have plans and I want to get a closer look at this one.
As you run towards him, you see at least some bit of familiarity. As you can see, I would say that at this point, since you were running, like you can see directly towards him and his mask being off,
Mm-hmm.
you see Vladimir. But it's a bit different, as there's a scar that is across Vlad's across this, like, what looks to be imposter's right eye, but it looks exactly like Vlad. And even getting a better, closer view, it looks like his current gear, but just with a couple of upgrades, including the revolver.
Well,
Anything to say? The reveal!
The big reveal!
just who are you?
You say that to him?
Yes.
He turns.
Just who are you?
You wouldn't know. I
see
defended you.
I see the face, but I see two of them in this room.
Damn replicants getting in the way. And that's enough time you'd have for at least free action for speaking.
You said replicants, not simulacrum?
Replicant, yep.
Ooh.
And is that and that's your turn? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Marshall, it is your turn.
Y'all willing to bet that the big old barbarian looking guy has a pretty bad wisdom score?
I would wager that myself.
Maybe.
I'm gonna told it Ed on him.
All right. So wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
No wisdom. Maybe.
Yeah, also rebarbs that.
Oh, you're just gonna. Okay, cool.
Yep.
So, all right, who's getting an advantage?
I'll give it to Nor.
Okay. So he rolls with disadvantage. 16.
Oh.
That's it. That's.
May I
God
request a
damn.
5-minute recess after Marshall's round?
5-minute recess.
That's
Yeah, just
all I
rest
can do
room.
for this. That's
Bio.
all I can do unless. Well, no, I can technically. I can Misty Step away if I wanted to.
You used a level spell in addition to a cantrip on your turn.
Oh yeah, I can't. If I didn't
So-
use Silvery Barbs, I'd be allowed to, but I can't.
Yes.
Damn. That's all I can do. I'm
Yeah,
still
remember, you
in a
aren't-
bonus action to float away because I did use a level spell.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's fine.
So like, what direction? Like, did you want to go like this,
Or-
like this
Yeah,
way?
10 feet that way.
Okay, cool. So 5-10 feet as you float.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, you said that you wanted to call for a recess.
Just for bio break. I can't wait any longer.
Yeah, definitely go for it. Yep.
As a
Guys.
still free barbs user, I just can't miss action just in case, right? So
Yeah. So if you use it's pretty much like it's a different form of action. So like reaction counts as an action. So so you wouldn't be able to do like if you did a reaction for silvery barbs, but you used a cantrip as your action, your bonus action can't consist of either.
Yeah, it's only if the reaction
back.
is on your turn
Yes.
that it doesn't interfere with anything. Kind of funky, but it's whatever.
But yeah, we can definitely go ahead and call for just a quick bathroom break and give it about like 5 or so minutes.
Because I know you gotta go in about 15.
Yeah, I gotta make sure we got it here pretty soon. So, but yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead and just call for a quick sort of bathroom break since we're going for a pretty good amount of time. I'm going to be having words on stream set up for you guys. And so if you guys want to go ahead and chill for the next like 5 or so minutes to give us a time to recuperate, you're more than free to do so. We'll come back and hopefully attempt to finish this combat, and then we'll be pretty much good for this session. So, so in the meantime, I hope you guys enjoy yourself, and we'll be right back. And okay, so you guys' audio is muted, so you guys are free to talk if you guys want to chill. I'm gonna quickly go pee. So, oops, I just.
And I'm
I
gonna make
think-
myself some PB&J sandwiches.
I think on
Yeah.
my next
Thank
turn,
you.
I'm gonna. Ooh, what it is? It's only a bonus action to turn things into sorcery points, right?
That is correct, and also to convert do either way.
Could I use one of those as a normal action to create sorcery points and turn them into spell slots?
It's a bonus action either way. So whether to use a sorcery point to convert and recover a spell slot, or to use a spell slot in order to get sorcery points. So it's a bonus action either way.
I'm asking you if you'd allow me to use my whole turn to create and then turn sorcery points and like create sorcery points to my second level spells, then put them into first level all on my turn, all on one turn, but do nothing else.
I'll allow you to do that. That seems fair.
Yeah, because I need more first level spells. Like I can sacrifice a second level slot.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, quick point of clarification there. You can, if you have a second level slot and you have a first level spell, you can just take the first level spell that you wanted to cast and cast it as second, and it'll just do more damage.
None of mine. Let me see which ones I can only upcast like sleep and witch bolt.
I mean, any spell can be up. Yeah, any spell can be that isn't a cantrip can be cast at a higher level or using a higher level spell slot. It's just whether or not it's going to take advantage of the higher level spell slot.
I just realized I could have probably gone off the 1d12 damage anyways if I just went for witch bolt instead.
That is correct. So you can technically appcast any of your spells. It's just that certain ones, like damage spells, get better benefits.
No, I mean because it's unrelated to that. I mean because I understand that because when I said I could have gone the 1d12 damage anyways, If I just cast Witch Bolt at first level, I would have had a higher chance at dealing 1d12 damage just already instead of doing what's Toll the Dead.
Yeah.
Oops. You live and you learn.
Yeah, this is about one of those very few instances where Witch Bolt would be great because we are in a very confined area.
Oh yeah, but if you
Uh,
upcast it, you deal extra damage. So it's like
Well, initially, then it reverts to the 1d12 every
that's
turn.
still
Still
damage.
better than nothing.
Yeah.
Doing no, well, if there's someone upstairs that we need to attack, then I'll go. Then I'll go for it.
Unless
Looks
it's the
like
mayor.
barbarian.
I
Yeah,
doubt
I
it.
feel like the barbarian's gonna die pretty soon.
Okay, well, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom, and I'll just be right back, guys.
I need to wash my hands. Humidity is not fun.
I'll be back in like a minute or two.
Well, so much for that little bit of loaf of bread left.
Ooh, what happened?
I would have had a dose of penicillin.
Back. So I'm assuming the turn hasn't. Not everyone's back.
Yeah, we're on a
There,
quick
right.
5-minute break right now.
Yep. Ace will be back in probably 2 minutes. Maybe 1. Oh, and I did send you a DM there, Aeros. Don't know if you've seen it or not.
I'm currently running around the house trying to figure out what else I can use, so...
No worries.
Me back. Sorry for that. I really had to go.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you have to go, you have to go.
Yep.
Did everybody else run off?
we're on a quick... Yeah, we're still on the 5-minute recess, so you're good for now.
Okay.
Yeah, I decided to go use the restroom myself.
Good idea.
Alright, I have an idea of what I want to do with my character. I'm already told, but I want to run in between the brain, Aeros, and Davwyn first.
Just bear in mind you can't meta too complicated unless you're just checking like game logic or something.
We just wanted to see if it was okay for you two, if you guys wanted to do this or not, as players.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and say it
If
now.
you're just looking for player permission on doing something that you think might have an adverse reaction, I guess you could do.
Yeah, she's gonna ask if Vlad and Paarth can take care of the big guy so she can go focus on this other dude. As a he doesn't have that much health left. That wasn't pretty nasty heady talk.
She could definitely try doing so. Paarth, actually at the moment he's no longer in threat, so he can do all sorts of things again.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Aeros?
You can definitely shout to Vlad and Paarth to take care of him, and our characters in character could either acknowledge or refuse.
Fair enough.
In the case of me, well, you'll just get an acknowledgement of a chirp from me.
Yeah, no, that would make sense. Found some dinner rolls that I can make some impromptu PB&J sliders out of.
Nice.
All right, I've returned.
All right.
Wiki back.
All right.
Are we all good to continue?
I
Yep,
haven't
good to go
heard,
here.
I haven't heard Marshall speak up or.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yep. Then everybody's here.
Oops,
All
sorry.
right. Let's go ahead and continue.
Hmm.
All right, everybody. We are back right now, so we go ahead and hop back right into it. Sorry about that. Gotta make sure we all take care of ourselves and everything and not poop ourselves. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, that'll be the last thing anybody wants.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so back in the turn of combat, it is Norelor. So Norelor, what you got?
Okay, she shouts to Vlad and Paarth. Can you two take care of him? We still have this other guy. She's pointing to the big guy for asking them to take care of him.
Paarth just gives a little chirp.
And Vlad's response is a nod, but he acknowledges it, but you could tell that he's hesitant in the acknowledgement as he does a quick look back at the other figure.
Yeah, trying to glance over his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, I've completely failed to do my reaction from that horrifying display from Valkin there, but yeah, Paarth was terrified seeing the barbecue happening right in front of his snout.
Very, very terrified.
Okay, so she knows those two are going to take care of the big guy. She's going to do a tier 1 guiding bolt on the figure, and she has the silver evolves in effect.
Okay, so guiding bolt to the hooded figure. Yeah, you're more than free to do so. Go ahead and give me a spell attack, spell range stack.
And I have silver evolves, right? So it'll be with advantage.
Yes.
If
Oh, yeah, you
were the
do.
target advantage, then yep.
Very good.
I take it does a 19 hit?
Let's see. I had to pull it back up again. I think it just might. Sorry, it got away from me. 1 second. Doesn't have the mask on. Yeah, that hits. Go ahead and roll your 4d6.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Oof.
So 18,000 total. Yeah. Okay. So as you send a bolt of pure radiance on over to the hooded figure, you see he stumbles back for quite a sec, and he gets pretty irritated.
Irritated or beaten to crap?
Both. Like, and you can see as well, Norelor, the similar details that Vulcan had seen, as he looks directly at you with a similar Vlad's face, just with the scar over the right eye.
She is simply doing a double take on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could just see that Norelor's going like, wait, what the fuck? Hold on.
There's,
By
like,
the-
Phone.
by the way, Diebolt, the next attack on him will have advantage, if I recall correctly.
That is correct. I am marking him, his base, specifically for that reason. With a yellow.
Hmm.
So the next attack that goes against him is advantage.
All right.
And is that your turn then?
For now, well, so yes, I am my turn now.
Sounds good. And Paarth, it is your go.
I've been debating between two different things over and over and over again, and the situation keeps making me change my mind which one. For this situation, I think they both take standard action. Gotta double check again real quick. Yeah. Dang. Well, in that case, oh yeah, I can do a delay on purpose, right?
Yeah, you can hold up use your action to hold an action.
It'll consume an action to hold back.
Yes, but then because you're using your reaction later to do that specific one.
Oh, so if I hold until after Vlad, I still have my standard and bonus?
Yeah, you still have a bonus action afterwards.
And the reaction, and the standard action becomes a reaction?
Yes.
In that case, yeah, so, I'm sorry, I'm too used to Pathfinder. So I'll be able to still perform a standard action on my turn if I delay.
No,
wondered-
so how it works is that when you use your action to do something later, you're using your action and saying, "Hey, upon this condition, I am going to do this." And so, like, it's been similar to as you've been doing, where it's like, "Oh, if I see this person react hostilely and going to attempt to attack somebody, I am delaying
Okay.
my action to do that on a later turn."
Okay, in that
Mhm.
case, I'm going to have to write to you what I'm doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second.
Yeah,
It
I
is
just
very expensive to hold an action because it takes both the action itself and the reaction, which is bizarre as heck to me. But yeah.
also breaker.
Mhm.
Specifically, guiding bolt says upon a attack roll. So if a spell like Toil the Dead is cast upon a target, it would not count. It specifically has to be an attack roll.
Alrighty.
Yeah. If it was like, if there was a specific case where it's like, oh, this person has advantage against or like towards or whatever, or gives disadvantage, that would be a different situation.
Mm.
Okay, I replied to you directly there.
Okay, it would have to be one or the other.
Oh, so I can't do Boolean. Okay.
Yeah, so if it's like, so for example, for that first one, if it's like, if someone attempts to
I getcha.
attack
So
the big
it's
guy,
like the surprise rounds.
it's in between rounds, and you're using your reaction at that point.
That really sucks when you want to change your marching order.
Mm-hmm.
In other games, the only punishment for changing a marching order is you permanently moved yourself backwards in the queue.
It's for this one. It's just like I'm waiting on my turn to act on someone else's turn. That's primarily why that's the case. So
Yeah, that is super different than Pathfinder. Okay.
yeah, we have been
Um,
doing it like this though since
yeah.
the beginning. So
In that case, the only thing I can do then is I'll just take a normal action, I guess, because I can't do the delay I need to do. I'll take a Eldritch Blast shot at this guy, trying to shove him into the corner between the door frame and the wall.
so this big guy.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead, make an attack roll.
One sec. No, how do I want to cancel my dice. Oh, there it goes. I have to click all the way down there. Okay, and I'm just going to roll outside the building. 14 to hit, that's pretty low. Well, is that enough?
It does not hit, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, so I missed the Eldritch Blast, and I changed positions to... Ooh, why am I skyrocketing? I'm literally sliding my mouse down, and my character just keeps going up anyway. Okay.
It's just it may have shown that your thing went to the roof or so.
Yeah.
Or maybe the next level.
It made no sense because I literally was holding my character. I was trying to push it down, and it just kept going up anyway.
Where's your guy at?
I got him. I had
Glitch.
to
We found a
move my-
glitch.
It's just a preference thing. That's all it is. I don't think it's much of a glitch. It's just more of like a rendering error.
Well,
Mhm.
I mean, is like I was holding down control to move my character up and down, and he just kept going up.
Oh,
Like,
got it.
If I moved
Okay.
that mouse down, he went up. If I moved the mouse up, he went up more.
That's what I said. Glitch. We found a glitch.
And now my
There you
camera
are.
is super glitched out. 1 second. Wow.
Yeah.
Camera, let me go down to ground level, please. Thank you. Wow. Okay, I've managed to glitch my game up real good there. Alright, let me try that again. I fly up to the ceiling height, and yep, of course I teleport away again.
If you just move your thing up a little bit more, I can see your guy right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to adjust the cut box so I can see the room and me at the same time. Just assume I'm 10 feet up. I can't make myself 10 feet up without me disappearing.
You're
I'm
yeah, because technically like it's now going into the floor a little bit. So, but I have you set on my end. I can see you clearly. So
Yeah, I'm against the ceiling. So I changed positions to right
Mhm.
there. That is my turn.
cool. Vlad, you are up.
So with that, Vladimir's going to swing down on the guy with his blade.
All right, make an attack roll.
Yeet. That'll be 18.
That will hit. Go ahead and attempt to
And-
strike.
It'll be this plus 5. So that'll be 10. And then gonna pull an action surge.
Wait, how much damage was that initially?
That was 10.
10? Okay. He does not look too good.
And he's gonna pull an action surge to attack again with his blade.
Go for it.
That's a miss.
Yep, unfortunately. You get one good slash into the side of this brute, but luckily enough, he's able to just get out of the way for your other attack.
Hmm.
And with that, he is going to stand his ground. So end turn.
Okay. Dead lady's turn. Next it is the bruiser's turn, which he is going to face, the guy who just stabbed him and attempt to crush him with his very, very heavy looking modified maul.
Oh no. So
Hang
with
on, is
this,
that's that guy doing that?
yeah, that's
Uh,
the
yes.
big guy.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Silvery barbs.
Okay, roll disadvantage. Who you have an advantage to?
I am giving an advantage to myself.
Okay, he misses. So with a 10.
Whew.
So just as you see he is ready to smash you into the wall, you see that Paarth sends out a little bit of like pixie dust, just kind of like hits right in his face, and he swings way too high as you duck right underneath.
Just that poof.
Oof.
And you see like this maul has no damage against it, but the stone marble that is again like mixed in with like the wood, it crumbles upon that hit. So he had so he's like, oh, if that was my head, I'd be crushed. Yep.
Hold on. I wonder if no, I don't think I actually have it. Do I? Oh, I do. Or no, wait. No. Well, no, I could do riposte. Yeah,
You're gonna riposte?
I'm gonna riposte on him.
Ooh, okay. Attempt to hit him back.
So I just got to get the die back out again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeet.
So I made-
19.
But- so I made him miss, and because he missed, then he got to riposte back.
That's correct.
Mhm.
All right.
Yup.
Oh.
Wait.
Use that
So,
superiority die.
what's your dex again? It's 18, right?
My dex is actually 20 because
How do you want to do it?
So basically, when the guy swings and smacks into the wall, Vladimir looks up and realizes that the underside of the guy's chin's exposed. So what he does is he sends the blade up through the bottom of his jaw up to the top of his head.
I was
And he-
literally, yeah.
And he slowly stands up and just speaks very, very like low. Dos Vidanya, bitch. And just whips the blade right out of his head and kicks him off.
As you whip the blade outwards, it cuts away at the chin and also at the jaw, severing it. As you just see as this body goes limp and the maul just drops heavily and crushes like a little bit into the floor itself, the jaw just spits outwards and clings and hits the table.
This is
And,
why the silvery barbs is such a dangerous spell.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's not that good, but it's pretty
Mhm.
fun.
Vladimir, here.
And actually no, that was on the other guy's turn. Never mind.
Yep. It is now.
Did you want to move?
He's
That
dead.
was
Oh,
that
on
was
his
the
turn.
other guy's turn.
He can't move while dead. Let's see. Is
The
this
corpse
a good one?
takes a 5-foot step.
Yup.
The corpse uses its movement to dash. All right, music change.
hmm
Wait, is this which one's a better one? I gotta find a good one. Maybe this one.
By the way, with the name you assigned him, Dragon Claws, just keeps making me think of, oh boy, it's Dragon Claws!
Oh, dragon claws! Wow!
It comes with all the reindirgs. Pulling his sleigh.
Upon you guys focusing upon at this hooded figure, he reveals himself by taking the hood off, and it's clear as day. This looks like Vladimir, and you see his head twitching, and his eyes go bloodshot. He's like, "I have had enough of this bullshit." And you see him like steady his hand as another gun appears in his other hand, with a wisp of like a shadow taking it out.
Good thing I always have the second gun on me.
He's doing a special legendary action.
Oh no.
I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw. As in one sudden moment, bullets fly across
I can't use steel, damn it.
as he spins around carefully, and it basically like wisp after wisp of movement. It looks like, oh god.
Yeah, I'm going to luck that.
Yes,
I was
that's
gonna
fine.
say, I have the advantage from silvery barbs. That's on attacks only, or is that also on saving
It's a
throws?
D20 check,
First
so you have
the
advantage.
first D20 you roll.
Oh,
Yep.
and it
So
has
you-
to be the first D20 you roll, right?
Yeah, but now you have an advantage, so you're using your advantage for this. So
Yeah, so the game basically is forcing me to use the advantage, right?
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Mine is +2. If you
Two
could roll it
lux.
for me, please.
There we go.
I will.
So,
Since there's a lot of
that's a
dice
20.
rolling, I'm just gonna go around the table and just ask: did anyone, get at the very least? Well, let me see. So that is.
Well, you need to roll for me first, please.
Well, yeah. So what's your save for that?
+2.
+2 for Dex. Okay.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, there's a lot of dice. Okay, so +2. Okay, that fails.
I think I have temp and full HP. I never got hit.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to get the numbers together. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
So that would be 4. Okay, so who got a 17 or higher?
Here.
Vladimir did with 19.
I got 20.
I got my total is 17.
Okay, so Nalar and Vlad, you're the only ones that got
And
it.
me.
No,
And
I got
you,
a
okay.
I got a 20.
Okay, so everyone passes, besides the servant and also Marshall.
Yay.
Let's roll some damage. As bullets fly across, and seeing the shadowy figures of him looking like himself cover the floor as bullets ring out from his direction, as a sudden phrase in Sylvan is said upon his direction, as what would his mask light up, but his eyes do instead a sinister red. It's like, death comes for you.
Oof.
Oh. As to
Ooh.
those who fail, 19 damage is dealt to. But on a success, it is a 9. 9 necrotic damage.
So
Hmm.
those that succeeded still took 9 damage?
Yes. Marshall is not looking too good with 17.
Oh. I still have my 10 temp hit points. Never got hit in that bar fight.
That is right, so I'll give you 10 back.
Yeah.
So you're looking
that
not too
means
bad.
29. That's pretty good.
27. Okay.
29 HP,
I'm now
that's
down
pretty
to
good.
2 temp hit points.
Yes. And
Oh.
he does have something he is going to do as a bonus action.
27, yeah, you're right.
And
With
what I'm going to do is go ahead and cast Hellish Rebuke on him.
Let's go!
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a dex save.
Let's see here. In response to being damaged by a creature 6 feet of you, you point a finger into dexterity saving throw. There, yes.
Okay, let's see. I believe his saving throw is pretty dang good. Okay, yep, it's decent. So 1d20 plus. Blip. What are you doing? There you go. 16.
16 there. Okay. And so he does beat it there, but he still takes damage.
He takes half the
If
damage of the
someone had
fire.
silvery
Correct.
barbs, they could
2d10.
silvery barbs it.
Mm.
Well, Dav has already used his reaction,
Mine's already been
And-
used.
and does that Marshall? Does that mean that you want to use it, or
No, I
like?
can't. I already used it on my turn.
Okay,
I
so
think Norelor has silvery barbs as well, but I don't know if she's already used her reaction.
Norelor is a cleric. That's not something that I believe they'd be able to have.
Correct. I can't get my hand in silvery barbs.
Who was it then? Is it Valkin
It's
that
just-
has
had
it?
it.
It's just Marshall and you, Dav.
So it's Marshall that
Mm.
has it.
Yes. Sorry, what was the So 7, so lower. That's 3. So
Mhm.
takes 3 fire damage. And within a matter of moments, after being hit with that flame after his attack, he kind of like signs off to everyone, and he like kind of gives like a nice little like salute to you all. He's like, "This was fun while it lasted, but I will reap what what is sowed later." And you see the shadows beneath him collapse upon himself and vanish as he disappears.
Damn it.
Do I get a reaction as he's trying to disappear here? Attack of opportunity sort of thing?
It is a teleport. You know what? I'll allow you to do it. I allow you to do it.
Alright. So let's see here then. That would be attacking with the quarterstaff here in that
Mhm.
case. So D20, that's plus 5. Here's a
Unfortunately,
13.
does not hit.
Man, I cannot roll a D20 to save my life here, it seems, today. I think there's only been one successful D20 roll.
You've had a couple.
No, you've had a couple.
Yeah.
I had to luck the last one there to save against that 19 damage.
So you do see that as you go to swing, you kind of swipe away at the shadows itself as a cackle is made.
Hmm.
And just within a very familiar voice, as this guy has been exactly sounding like Vlad this entire time. He's like, "Until next time," and vanishes away.
Ah.
And that is the end of combat. So,
Oh, wait, so I took 19.
As this Vlad duplicate or imposter, whatever he is disappearing, Paarth is just staring at this figure disappearing in extreme confusion. I'm guessing to Paarth, he even smells the same.
yep. Bro, what? Oh, it's modern. Oh. I was like, city night, and I'm like, okay, and I'm like, oh, but it's modern. So I was like, why is it doing that? Let's see. Can I do like, oh, there we go. Abyssal wings. There we winds. There we go. So, yep, that is the so pretty much yes. It is a very much like, it's more than just what he looks like, but to you, Paarth, very much this like hooded assailant feels like it's the exact same Vlad. It's more than just like, oh, he looks like Vlad. He like It just kind of feels like him percent wise.
I have to ask the hard and heavy question here, which I'm pretty sure you would have told me ahead of time. I don't feel my familiar bond to that Vlad, do I?
Or does he?
If I do, and you want to sidebar that one quietly later, you can just say no idea.
No, you do not.
Okay. Well, at least I can tell which Vlad is the right Vlad because of my familiar bond.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're not going to end up with that thing where we're going to have a room of 5 Vlads and they're all going, he's the imposter. No, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you guys do go ahead and like kind of collect a little bit, you do see it like at some point, like you don't realize it actually, Vlad, but you must have like gotten cut by something because you can kind of feel something trickling down your eye. And as you go ahead and check it, it's like you must have just gotten like an injury from like when the door was busted down because you have a cut across your right eye now.
Okay. So let's do that. Yeet. Well, he's still gonna he'll still feel it. He'll reach up his hand. He'll reach up his paw over his eye. He'll feel it and he'll see the blood. He goes, "Oh, that's weird. That must have been from when door was smashed in. Ugh, that must have... Ugh, I guess height of adrenaline didn't, cover the pain." And to whoever's looking at Vlad, once his paw is removed, they'll see that mark. They'll see that, like, cut across his eye. But Vlad doesn't know.
To those of you that got a good look, it looks exactly the same as the assailant's cut. It's like
Paarth-
shaped in the exact same way, and it's going down the exact same direction.
Paarth looks at Vlad and looks even more puzzled, looking at Vlad and then turning around to face where the guy melted into the floor.
What? Is there something on my face?
Yeah,
Vladimir. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think we're going to say the same thing, so you go ahead.
No, we say it at the same time. You're cut.
You're
It's-
white.
The cut, it's exactly the same as it was on the assailant's face.
I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I don't know what to say, but you're white. Okay. I'm so sorry. I broke the touch.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as that is said, Vladimir gets this slight look of shock. Like, no, it's got to be coincidence. And he then looks over to Valkin and goes, "I knew I was not having moments. I knew he was real."
I certainly believed you were seeing something. I was not sure if he was a physical being like this before, but I am now. How physical he is still in question. I've never seen someone be consumed by shuttles like that.
There is one thing that still remains of the assailant. As to some of you, it's pretty apparent, but you see that one thing that kind of like draws towards all of your attention is the mask that is on the table still.
We now have 2 masks.
I
Yep.
pick it up and examine it.
It looks like the same mask that Vlad has.
Vladimir, may I have the one from your backpack? I'd like to examine these side by side.
Vladimir takes off his backpack, sets it on the table as Paarth is still fluttering right above it.
Paarth technically landed, I just can't do the landing.
Oh, he already did. Okay. So he sets the pack down next to Paarth, unclasps it, opens the main flap, kind of digs around in there a little bit, going, where the hell did you put it? Ah, there it is. And he carefully fishes it out and sets it on the table.
Besides, like, the broken buckle that occurred with, like, this amazing servant, like, smacking here's the assailant in the side of the head, the design, material, and everything about the assailant's mask is exactly the same as Vlad's mask. Like, to the finest detail, it is the exact same. And since Vulcan, along with Norelor, since you two specifically took time to research into this, you two can confirm it's the exact same mask.
Not even like identical copies, they are the same entity?
It is the same entity, yes.
Okay.
This
Now here's a fun idea. What's the mask made out of? Is it you said it was a silver goldish metal?
It's consisting of a couple of so this would be something that's probably more towards Norelor and also Vulcan, since you two identified it with magic. You can tell that this is made of like a specific sort of melding with silvers. Preferably it looks more chrome-esque, the way that's better detailed. I was thinking more like a silver color mixed with like an ancient gold. But to be more precise, it is a mask that is mixed with a sort of alloy underlay, like a carbon alloy, and tinted and like kind of decaled and decorated with a silvered chrome metal and of an ancient gold, to kind of go with like the like tertiary details, along with like standard like leather, like studded leather to help like keep the mask together, and like a couple of like iron buckles to go around it. It is the only difference being that now that the side buckle on the right side buckle of the one that the assailant had is just busted up, but it can still be worn.
Paarth walks up to the mask that Vlad had and tries a little experiment of his own. He casts Prestidigitation to put a little purple mark on the side of the mask to see if the dot affects the other mask or not.
Very clever. You see that as you do that, the purple mark appears upon the Vlad's mask. And after a moment, nothing really happens. But until suddenly, you see that it slowly fades in appearing on the other mask.
What?
Is this sorcery?
It faded from this mask and then onto this one? Tell me, you only cast here, pointing at Vlad's mask.
Just to double check, so did it move from Vlad's mask to the other mask, or did it duplicate from Vlad's mask to the other mask?
It duplicates onto it in the exact specific way you said it, and in the exact position.
Okay.
Paarth casts a second symbol, this time a straight line through the dot, on the assailant's mask, over top of the original symbol.
It duplicates onto Vlad's mask in the same fashion that you did.
Paarth sits there looking very confused. Even as a magical creature, he's having a hard time figuring this one out.
A chill goes down Valkin's spine, and his hair stands and his fur stands on end. They are linked. How?
Is it
How are these things linked?
Oh. I know just as little as next person.
well, in theory, if we can get to the guild, we could. There might be someone who's more knowledgeable about this stuff.
I hope so. Valkin ponders a moment, trying to see if he can recall ever hearing of anything such as this.
And while Vulcan's doing that, Vladimir's going to sit down at the table and he's going to pull out a small bit of cloth to hold over his right eye to help slow down the bleeding.
A character would help with that. If that's alright.
At this point, I could use all the help I can get. Ugh.
Oh, sorry, Vulcan, you said you were trying to do a history check to see where you would have, like, checked on
Yeah.
the different mask, or?
Yeah, if I might have heard anything like this with two objects being linked in such a fashion.
Within your studies, you could, like, there usually are, like, magical properties that are link perhaps, like, an object to its user as of, like, per curse, but you've never seen a case where a magic item is linked to an exact copy of a magic item. So it's very pondering for you to kind of see this.
At this point, Paarth dismisses the marks just so that the other quote-unquote Vlad doesn't notice.
Yeah. As you do go to dismiss it, you do notice one thing, that the shadows that give off on the other mask, not Vlad's mask, but the other one,
Mm-hmm.
they look much darker. And you can actually kind of tell that there is a green glowing to the right eye. It wasn't something that was very noticeable until now.
Paarth looks obviously incredibly disturbed by this, backing away from the masks.
I reach and run my finger around the right eye there to see if there's any sort of other reaction to it.
So you're, like, grabbing the mask and everything to try and, like, look around it, or, like,
Mm-hmm.
as you go ahead and you grab the mask, you see, you kind of just like look at it as everything kind of fades around you, and the environment seems to change as you are looking directly at. It's kind of hard to explain. The environment kind of seems to disappear as you look to be within a void. But the void kind of opens up as you hear stepping. As you see Vlad right in front of you with a revolver in hand. And he points his gun at you and just kind of says, "I'm sorry," and shoots you. And
Who's
you can
witnessing
hear
all
just
this?
it's all Vulcan.
Okay.
And you hear your own scream as you kind of snap back to reality.
I'm sorry, my tail.
And Vladimir
Sorry,
looks up.
you rotten shadow fiend. You would explain what the world is going on.
Just because I momentarily got distracted there, so he tried to put on the mask or just look into the eye of the mask.
He was just grabbing the mask.
Oh wow!
Mhm.
And that it forced its vision on him just by picking it up.
Yes.
Here. My grip on the mask tightens at that. Like, we'll see again, and I stow the mask in one of my pouches.
As you go to continue to like move the mask towards your stuff, you feel it being stuck like in midair. As you kind of, and Paarth, you would notice this along with anyone else that's focused on the mask.
Mhm.
You notice that the shadow is literally stopping you from putting it, as you feel it jerk towards the shadow itself. I need you to make a strength check.
You talk about the shadow
Alright.
cast on the floor still?
The shadow casted from like the mask itself.
Oh, so the mask is trying to pull itself towards its shadow being cast onto the table?
Yes.
There. 6, 7.
I'm doing this
Thank you.
roll specifically here. Okay. Yeah, so
I am not rolling well at all tonight. Today.
yeah, unfortunately. I did my roll here on my table, since I didn't want anyone to see it.
Mm.
So yeah, it does. Unfortunately, it was like an 18. So, so you see an arm kind of forming from the shadows, like trying to pull on the mask for you, and all of you can hear a voice of just like that is similar to Vlad's, but a bit more like echoed.
I release a shocking grasp into the mask and shadow.
I'll allow for that. Go ahead and make a spell attack.
So all this is happening with the shadowy hands that was sticking out of the table under the mask?
Yes.
13 plus 7, dirty 20.
Okay. You shock the mask along with the shadow grabbing it. And go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. And that is 1d8 there.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, 4.
While it may not be a lot, as you kind of see that this shadow is trying to grab and take this mask away, before your grip gets released upon it, you do send a surge against it, though it still does not persist, as it is able to still like rip the mask away from you. But as you go to shock it, you hear screaming as if we're your own. As when you shock, as you also feel the effect of your shocking grasp.
The devils are this.
And as you see that the mask literally gets pulled into the shadow, you see what looks to be yourself being pulled into the shadow with it.
He sees himself being pulled into the shadow?
Yes. As it disappears.
So he sees a perspective of like what? Oh, like his own a reflection of himself reaching out of the shadow, pulling the mask in. I'm just trying to figure out what the perspective here.
The perspective is this. So a arm from the shadow, like just it's pitch black, pulls the mask into it. As the mask goes into the shadow, Valkin sees himself being dragged into the shadow along with the mask.
So he went like third person to see a duplicate of himself being pulled in?
Something like that. It's more of like a transparent version of himself, but he can kind of like a see-through. But he is being pulled into it with it.
What do the
kind
others
of like a shadow
witness?
self?
Sorry, hold on. I got a lot of people asking stuff, so I just heard different noises.
Yeah, Dad, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. What do the rest of us witness?
It's just a shadowy arm pulls the mask in as Valkin tries to shock it away.
Okay.
The only thing that Valkin sees is himself it just looks like that he is being dragged in with it, but Valkin is still there,
Got ya.
There. And do I have time enough to try and reach down and into the shadows to grab the mask again?
I would say go for it. Though since the shock did hit you, I would say roll with disadvantage.
Okay. Alright, so 2d20s here then.
Yes, and use the lower result.
So that'd be 6 plus what am I adding to that? Or is it a flat roll?
I would say that do a sleight of hand.
Okay.
As you're just trying to quickly sweep at it.
Alright, so that would be 9.
Let's see. I'll see if the reaction is quick enough. Unfortunately not. As you are about to, like, you feel the masking contact, you just hear a voice that is your own, just screaming help before your hand hits the table. You take 1 bludgeoning of damage. As all you really see is that Valkin tries to reach back out, but the shadow closes just as he's about to grab it and like bashes his hand into the table.
Paarth is looking absolutely perplexed and creeped out by the shadowy hand and the whole mask business. I'm assuming Vlad's own mask is still there on the table.
It is.
That is very, very annoying.
Pseudodragon is very disturbed about the mask now.
Yes.
It is a terrifying sight.
Alright. Tell me, who else saw the mask disappear into shadow?
You don't seem to need to ask Paarth because Paarth is still staring at the table and like all scrunched up halfway across the table away from it.
Vladimir just kind of stares at the spot and then just looks back away.
Alright, good. That part not crazy. Now, who else heard a voice like mine saying help and a shadowy version of myself disappearing?
That elicits a complete confused expression from Paarth, just tilting his head from one side and then to the other again, looking like you just talked as if Vulcan just talked like a mad person.
Yeah. The
Yes.
the servant is just like, I have no idea what you guys are or what's going on, but I'm out of here. As he just quickly like opens the door and just immediately books out of fear of what happened.
Well, so much for our new recruit.
Well, looks like we'll have to go and find him. And it looks like we have another mystery regarding these confounded masks. I say, picking up the other one. They're kind of just holding it at eye level, looking through it out of indignation.
Paarth is of the camp of, let's put that in a really, really hot fire.
And there's a fire in that back room.
Vladimir stands up from his spot and he casts the rag off to the side, walks over to Vulcan and goes, "We are not disposing of that."
Weren't for the fact of what just happened there at the end, I would almost, I would be ready to disagree.
Vlad, you do get the sensation that that thought is a very correct thought to have. Like, you feel inclined to keep this mask by all means necessary.
You don't know what is with that mask. If we dispose of it now, that ruins our potential lead.
There.
And you can see Vladimir's cackles just raise.
Vladimir, you did not hear me. Nor do you raise your voice to me like that. No matter how passionate you may be. Now.
Something that you don't realize until now, Vlad. Your hand is on your gun as Vulcan like raises his voice back at you.
You will remove your hand.
You see there's a slight hesitation before he seems that he struggles to remove his paw from his weapon. And at this point, he crosses his arms in front of his chest. You may be one of the royals from the house up of the north. But that does not mean you know everything. Do I know everything? No, I don't.
See, I never claimed to. I said we would be keeping it after what has just happened. This mask has apparently had a very large effect on you. And though I give it back to you, I do so with a grave warning that it is affecting you more than you think. To have raised your voice at me like that. In defiance of what I had actually said.
Paarth still looks just incredibly disturbed by that thing. He's not going anywhere near either of them while things on the table.
Mm-hmm. It does give off well, it doesn't really give off a presence. All of you do feel that the tension is just growing more in this room the more that the mask is out in the open.
Even I can feel that this thing is gaining powers here outside of its satchel. At which point I roughly grab the bag and just huck the thing into it there and close the flap.
Did it go into Vulcan's bag?
There, no, back into Vladimir's.
Ah, okay.
You see Vladimir just take a moment to recompose himself. I misheard. I thought you were adamant in disposing of it.
There. If it was just the fact that the two masks were linked, yes, I would say this might have been the better idea. Destroy this one now, so whatever happens, the other one would be destroyed as well, and weaken the other by way of it. But something else just happened. Something else that concerns me greatly. And then we will need it. And this one intact.
All right. With all of that being said, is there any one last thing that you guys want to do before we go ahead and call it?
You first.
Okay, I was going to have my character cast second level Cure Wounds on her, so its health is in the single digits at the moment. Is that allowed?
Yep, go for it. Whoever
really
you
want-
choose.
I really wanted to try to do an Arcana or a History check on that mask, seeing that I might gain any more knowledge, but you were in the middle of talking, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Was there anything specifically you were trying to investigate upon it,
Like,
or
see if I can, if I know where it could be from, not why it exists, but what its not why it exists now, but what its purpose is, if it's a specific type of magic item that I've read about.
you can still do the check. What is your history?
The History and Arcana are both 5, so
Okay. That's an 11 in total.
oh boy.
So this is really just a foreign object to yourself, as you haven't really heard of any tales or so that you've read about or that you have stored about
And nothing in
a duplicate
magic
mask.
tomes.
Yeah, you would have really known nothing about anything like that. And so it's just this is just all brand new to you, but it is fascinating in the regard.
Hmm.
And then Paarth, you're investigating the office. Anything specific, or?
just as to figuring out as to why they were all packed in there in the first place. But I also did a really bad roll.
Yeah, you're not really able to
Oh, wait.
tell.
I keep forgetting. I should always do this with advantage. I am a pseudodragon. Why do I keep forgetting this?
Yep.
So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Make that a 12.
Okay. So you do see with the scattered papers that are around, one thing that you do see right away is what looks to be a human dead right by the office chair, and he's kind of stinking up the place a little bit. Like, you didn't really notice until you fully went into this room. It kind of reeks, as this body is kind of decomposed a little bit. But you can tell that from like the depictions and the kind of things that you've know about Phandalin that this was the mayor.
Paarth makes a calling type chirp and squeak a couple of times.
Vladimir picks up on it.
To those who
He's-
do enter the room, you
He's
also
perched
get
right on the desk, looking right at him.
yeah, you are able to look over and immediately upon entering the room, it reeks.
Oh,
Uh,
well, we know what happened to Mayor.
yeah.
There.
Oh,
Upon your further investigation, though, Paarth, since there was a bit more to it, you do see that there are scattered papers. And can you read common by chance, or?
As a pseudodragon, I am absolutely illiterate.
Okay, you just see that there's a bunch of papers around, and it's just general documents. But
Yeah, Paarth
Prim-
barely
biggest thing
understands the
is-
concept of written language, other than the fact that they are marks that somehow other creatures seem to make sense out of.
exactly.
So try that on the other party members. I'm sure that seeing a dead body would trigger people to investigate.
Yeah, other party members, what do you see of this?
How about you guys roll the investigation? Those that understand that one page from one book is different than a page from another book. It's not just paper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you wouldn't
Alright.
need to roll off of it. You just need to do it. So,
oh,
do the
Wow.
rest of you like look over the papers and everything? And
It's,
Yeah, just take the first one there, 19. It accidentally grabbed 2 of them.
I just need to know who's
Yeah.
who's actually like looking over the papers because you don't need to roll.
Yeah.
oh,
Okay.
then Vladimir would.
Guess I'll look.
I'm sure.
And-
I'm sure all of us would be.
yeah, it's
Oh,
all of
wow.
us taking a look at the papers.
Okay,
Mhm.
let me just move Marshall into the room too. So, there we go. So yep, after looking around the papers themselves, you know that these are actually what look to be recent monthly taxes that have gone to weekly taxes. That look to be initiated and kind of match up with some of the things you've heard about the ruffians taxing
Mhm.
people within the city itself, and the amounts that they've charged have been staggering. Even getting to points of where like the gold value has decreased, but the amount of like food, crops, like farm animals and all that sort, which usually would be very plentiful around here, have gone dry. But the demand for through these ruffians has been more and more.
Of course it has.
You also do know that there have been a couple of communications between what seems to be one specific location and another, and a familiar name is shown among the paperwork of a certain letter. And the name is Kragmaw.
Mm.
And that specific letter details that there is a separate location in where one specific dwarf by the name of Gundrel Rockseek, which sounds familiar, specifically to Paarth, but is kind of familiar among you all, as this was the person that was the it was the specific person that you delivered the item that Aknon was supposed to. That was the contact. There was like a side person, and that was the person that you went through. However, that was the main person that you were supposed to deliver the item to.
So Gundra Rockseek was the guy that I gave the thingy to?
Yes, and it does detail on how he is given, like, in quotation, safe transport to Cragmaw's castle, and that he will be, in quotation, be taken care of.
Hmm.
That Gundra Rockseek would be given safe access
Yes,
to Cragmaw?
that is correct. But it details about, like, a castle versus, like, what you recall being a goblin cave.
Unfortunately, most of this is going to be a little over Paarth's head, other than the recognizing the name.
Yeah.
Hold on. Didn't
Paarth,
we deal with Cragmore already?
Yeah,
Does-
his. Didn't you guys run into a crisp?
Yes, he was taken out.
when the name Gundra Rockseek is also mentioned, Paarth will exchange with Vlad the image of I think it was a dwarf, right? That
Yep, he's a dwarf.
that Paarth gave the item to.
Which does actually bring recognition to Vlad's memory that you just delivered this, like, earlier today. And that the notice that is on the letter itself is dated for during your guys' time of rest.
Wait, hold on. That what was that name again?
You guys have the paper, you can read it again.
The contact that you talked with, or
Yeah,
like
the name of the contact that we met.
Gundren Rockseek.
See. Wait. That was the one we delivered item to upon our arrival. Here.
Hmm.
In
Very
that
brief
notice. Go ahead.
Sorry, what was that?
Very brief AFK. I'm very late for grab my food. Be right back.
Oh, no worries.
That was. And there was a notice of him getting safe passage? That was for while we were resting. Here.
There is also one other notice in the book that you see of, like, the primary book that's on the desk, and this was looks like it'd be like a stack of papers, but they all read the same thing of just like, by tomorrow we convert this town into something greater.
Hmm.
So it looks like that these might have been flyers, or at least like that were supposed to go around to the town.
Is there any sort of indication of what date that was supposed to happen on? Like tomorrow, or is
These look like that these were freshly written out, like almost as if like someone had like just done it before you guys entered on in. So these were supposed to be out by so from the insight that you have on it, these are supposed to be out by tonight.
So is that why they were here? If so, we can just throw it into the fireplace.
You can if you want to.
She looks at the team. Does that sound like a good idea to at least destroy most of them?
yes,
Well,
destroying
about-
all of them?
How about not all of them? Keep a
Yes.
couple on hand.
That's what I
Okay.
was thinking. Take a few for ourselves, destroy the rest.
Duh.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, destroying all but the fuel.
Anything else you guys want to check on, or?
Loot the bodies. Check upstairs.
Something
Uh,
like that.
Yeah. So, at least down here, when you loot the bodies, you find a couple of things. One, you find an incredibly heavy warhammer from the grunt. And it looks like this thing is like it is super hard to drag around. So if you have a 16 or higher, you are able to in your strength, you're able to wield it and carry it effectively. The rest of you are pretty much dragging it and are encumbered by it.
So, Vulcan, what's your strength?
My strength is
I'm back.
12.
I don't know what I missed.
Oh, they're looting bodies.
He said, well, we still have the bag of holding, right? We could just plop it into there. It's too cumbersome to move.
I just have this vision of Vulcan. He's trying to pick it up, or trying to get a feel for it. He's like, Vladimir's like, move out the way. It just casually picks it up, just holds it because
What are
he's
you guys
got an
picking up?
18.
Since you actually have an 18, it's actually very odd. But when you go to pick it up, it's almost like you're picking up your revolver because it is crazy lightweight.
Ooh.
Again, what is happening? What are you guys picking up?
So at this point, the party is investigating bodies, and the first thing that they find is an incredibly heavy warhammer that is from the that one brute that was there.
The one
Ah.
that nearly crushed my head against the wall. The one that you
Yes.
casted silvery barbs on.
And apparently it acts like Mjolnir.
Pretty
Hmm.
much. So you do see that it is like a very interesting like property to it where you Vladimir are able to wield it in one hand, while if no one if they have a 16 or they have 15 or less in their strength, it is encumbering to have. But you are able to lightly carry it, so.
Well, this might prove useful.
Did you say one of us has a bag of holding?
From the Kragma fight, that was amongst the rewards.
That is correct. Yeah, you guys do have a bag of holding.
Who carries that?
Yep.
Is Norelor.
Oh, it is Norelor? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, so that's what we agreed upon? Yeah, I said, well, if you could put it in the bag if you, since you seem to be the one that can carry it. If you don't want
Or Vlad could do hammer time.
it. Said, up to you.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll hold on to it for a bit.
Okay.
Flat top.
Vlad, you successfully have a variant warhammer. It is non-magical, though it does give you a +2 to attack, and it gives it is a 1d12 bludgeoning damage plus your strength, and there's one extra property. It deals double damage to buildings, structures, and to constructs.
Okay, so apparently I can't handwrite this into thing here.
If you want me to, I can text it out to you in Discord.
Yeah, text it out to me.
So you have the exact opposite hammer that Fix It Felix has.
Pretty
Yup.
much.
Ralph
Let's see.
style Vladimir.
Do you want to know what the name of the weapon is?
Sure.
Here, I'm gonna message out to you, then you can share however you please.
So how did the whole Craig Ma conversation go down, other than noting down that guy's name, Gundarin?
Oh.
Basically, the conversation went, didn't we already deal with him? And then Norelor basically said, yeah, you burned him to a crisp. And it was also stated that according to these notices, that dwarf that we met when we first arrived here was supposed to go to Cragmaw.
Oh, so after we delivered it to that dwarf, the dwarf was supposed to deliver it to Craig Ma, despite the fact that Craig Ma tried to steal it in the first place.
No. So the interpretation of it is that from the letter itself is that there was a notice towards people in the Red Band Ruffian to escort, like quotation, escort Gundren on over to Cragmaw in his castle.
Ah, okay. So he was supposed to deliver this to Craig Ma, but we killed Craig Ma on the way here.
That is correct.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the party is still just dealing with like looking through these items here and looting the bodies.
Yes. Yeah, I had not gotten to the rest of the bodies yet, so I'll need someone to write this down. Okay. In addition to the what is called the Buster, as the heavy warhammer, you also get 2 daggers from the tiefling's body. You also get a long sword from the other guy's body. In addition to the gold that is within the office, plus on the bodies of the members, you get a total of 200 gold.
Would the humanoids write that down, please?
All right.
I'm pretty sure most of this belongs to the town, but better not to be in the hand of these guys, right?
Yeah, it's a accumulation between even like searching like the mayor's body that you find that as well. So it's like everything within this area.
While the party is going through doing all that, Paarth will start to wander away. And assuming he's not stopped, he goes upstairs to see if there's anybody actually up here. Like, he's just sniffing around.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and kick it off to you then, and let's see if I can get
perception
this going.
check. Do I smell creatures? So that'd be a 19, 20, 21, 22. 22.
You actually don't really smell or hear that of there being any sort of creatures at all. You just the only thing that you do notice as you go upstairs is that there is like a door. Also, Vlad, to hit, it's your proficiency plus your strength, and it has a additional +2.
Okay.
What was in the bodies versus loose in the rooms later. Okay, so if you're checking the other rooms, Norelor, and you're going upstairs, as since there is a door right in the way, you do see that the door actually is open. And
so it was open for Paarth?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not really locked against anything. It's just kind of like there. It's not really well put in. But you do kind of notice that there are just general food supplies and other things up here, stacked in boxes. In 2 jars, it is an accumulation of just like rice and like other preservatives. as it looks like this might just be a room for like emergency food supplies. And there is a chest that is locked with 2 locks.
Hmm.
I don't suppose anyone know how to use a thieves tool, do we?
There. Hmm. Well, it looks like. This is very important. Wonder if Vladimir has any experience in this.
Paarth looks around the room, finds things like rice and wheat and all sorts of boxes, and pseudodragon instantly becomes uninterested and continues to wander around.
Mm-hmm. So you just go back downstairs then?
Yes.
And I double checking. We did burn
never mind.
those flyers, right?
Oh, sorry, Norelor, I didn't quite hear you. What was your question?
We did burn the flyers we found, right? Save for the few we keep on ourselves.
Yeah, you as you're like investigate and go further and everything, you do burn a couple of the papers, copies and everything, but you do keep a couple for yourself. So you get 3 notices for converting in quotations.
I'm guessing the papers they burned were additional orders for the red band and stuff.
That is correct.
Ah, okay.
And actually, Norelor, this is something that you notice at least upon one of the copies that you have. But a very similar it's actually very odd. Only like you do get the chance to grab one of them that is indeed signed by a person. It must have accidentally been signed at some point, but it's written in a language that you don't know. But it does look to be a signature of someone.
Alright, she probably ask the 2 tax party members if they can read it. If they know the language.
Right now, Vulcan and I believe Aeros are up, and also Vlad are upstairs right now. So for the people that are downstairs, it's not something that they would know. But if you want to check upstairs with them, you can always do that too.
Nor is upstairs at the moment.
Oh,
Yes.
Nor is upstairs? Oh, shoot. Okay, so my bad. So this is something you would notice on the top of the stairs, and so you can pass it around between those 2 if you want.
I said, hey, can you guys read this signature?
Let's see.
Alright, so what is it you wanted with me?
This one of these flyers has a signature on it, but it's in a language I cannot read. Would you two be able to by chance?
Whoa! As I have the zoomies apparently.
Yep. So the one notice that Nelor pulls out that is signed is written within Sylvan. And it is within the specific Sylvan that is related to your homeland. And it is signed in the full first, middle, and last name of you, Vladimir.
Here we fucking go again. What is this?
Apparently, the shadow signed this.
That would explain why he was in office earlier. And you can tell Vladimir's getting really frustrated with this.
Yeah, even Paarth is peering back through the doorway when he hears Vlad getting angry.
Yes.
I don't blame you. That other use making this very confusing.
How do you think I feel?
Like
Yeah,
someone had just stolen your face and committed crimes.
Next time we see that bastard, I am going to slay him where he stands.
Hmm. Like to, would be nice to talk to him and get some actual answers from him. But
If he is going to be anything, if he is part of any other mercenary group that deals with shit like this, he ain't going to fucking talk.
they're probably not. It would be nice to try, but I would not be opposed to just ending. There. Well, we know that he is apparently has some large connection or leadership in these Red Ruffians.
Vlad picks up something from Paarth, where a realization uh, uh, seeps into Paarth's mind, and he distinctly shares it with Vlad of a blood-curdling consideration.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I should have left like an hour and a half ago for
Oh.
Yep.
this thing.
I'll
Um,
make this really quick. When Vlad comes over to see what's bothering the pseudodragon, and the pseudodragon goes over to his paw, and on his foot uses predestination to put the same purple circle on his foot with the line through it. And then he thinks of the two, like he shares the image of the two masks, and whatever happening to one happening to the other.
Vladimir pauses for a second and goes, he starts with going, what is it you are and he cuts himself off mid-sentence, realizing what's going on. Oh, no.
What is it? Did you?
Paarth? This is true? Oh, no.
The pseudodragon sits down and looks rather forlorn.
What did he share with you?
It's not what he shared. And he sits on the floor next to Paarth, pushing out his legs. And he points to one of his hind paws that Paarth put the symbol on. Look.
Yes.
Think about it for a moment. Really think.
The symbol on his
No.
foot is the same one that Paarth put on the mask.
That you two are linked?
no, wait, hold on. Sorry, I didn't catch what you did. So you put a mark on the mask.
I put a
No,
mark
the
on Vlad's foot, identical to that I was testing with on the mask. I'm comparing the mask and Vlad himself.
If you put a mark on the mask, nothing shows on Vlad.
No, you know how we found out that when I put the mark on one mask, it showed up on the other mask?
Yeah.
I'm comparing that situation to me putting the symbol on Vlad's foot.
Oh,
Meaning,
okay.
what
So
happens to
you're
the other Vlad? We won't know, but I'm giving the symbolism of comparing the two situations. In other words, if he blows away the other Vlad, won't he blow himself away too?
There.
that thought does come across your guys' mind, but one thing does kind of question of like, well, how come like when Vlad would be hurt, the shadow doesn't get hurt, or like this doppelganger doesn't get hurt? You know,
Mhm.
like wouldn't you two be hurt at the exact same time?
There was a delay on the masks. Also, there's the scar that showed up after the fight.
Yes. But we inflicted damage on the shadow, and you have not felt it. We hurt him. My flames scorched him, and you received nothing in return. So there is a difference between the two of you. Your items may be linked, but your physical is not.
Paarth gestures over at the cut in Vlad's eye.
Yes, but that cut did not come from did not. The shadow did not receive that cut in mid-battle. There's something else going on.
Paarth dismisses the symbol and still stews over this. And sorry,
You are
I know
right,
you need to wrap up.
Yep.
We'll just finish this real quick.
Yeah.
I
Do
agree.
you guys
Paarth,
want to
there is
do an
something.
insight check to see if there's any more you can probably infer upon this, or
Mhm.
because these are just kind of like general assumptions from what's here. So
We're mostly also role playing it out because our characters are analyzing this. Oof, that was hard to say.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. If you guys want to do a check on it though to get more, like you're free to do so.
Mhm.
So
That is
insight-
a 14.
So what would we
15.
be? So what would be Williams? She's in. I assume Norelor heard all of this.
Yeah, insight
So
check.
yeah, so with the information that you've gathered, there's the idea that there is a connection between there being a literal like other Vlad, and there can be like the assumption made that like, oh, if some like not everything that happens to Vlad might occur to this other Vlad. But with the mask, it is like what happens to the mask may happen to the other mask, you know?
Mhm.
And so if you want to try and like, if there's something specifically you're trying to like come to a conclusion of, you can do an insight check on it.
Yeah, the other
Yeah.
part of the information here that is confusing me at the very least is the other Vlad had a mark first, then our Vlad got the same mark. So it seems to be two-directional.
Mm-hmm.
There. Is it two-directional there, or is it some other form of mirroring?
Yeah. Also, what was to those who did an insight check? What did you get?
We put it in game chat.
I got 15.
I got 16 plus 3, which is 19.
I got 15 total.
14 total.
And then, okay. And then, Nelor, did you want to roll for that too, or no?
Yes, I used to play have a suspicion, but I don't know if my character would have that suspicion.
What's the suspicion?
The temporal nonsense is going on. Stuff with the timelines.
That's what my suspicion was there as well.
I was wondering either temporal or even two realms intersecting. Same person, different realms. They're connected to each other though.
I'll allow you to check and see if that matches up with insight. Though it's a pretty tough connection, since you're not really well versed within like chronology.
For Paarth, it's outside his scope. I'm talking out of character here.
Yes, I just mean like for anyone's general insight is like there's not someone specifically training within the magic of chronology, and it would be a tough check, but I would still allow you to do it.
Yeah, so that would be in. Oh, go ahead.
So what would I be, an insight check?
Yes.
Insight.
Yeah.
As
Yeah,
for
that
Paarth, even if I get the roll, if it's a concept beyond that a pseudodragon can understand, like he can understand magic to a degree, but he can't understand like ridiculously complex things like, you know, alternate timelines and crap. That's beyond a
Yeah.
pseudodragon's scope.
Yeah, that would have been my 15 roll.
And
Okay.
that would have been my 19.
Okay. For you, Vlad, it's a bit easier because you're the one who's like had the most information about this sort of situation. But for the rest of you, it's just there's so many confusing details that it feels like that what's going on right now is a lot more above than what seems to be like at your current strength. But you can at least make the connection that there is an alternative Vlad that has a connection between the Cragmaw, like Cragmaw himself, along with a specific castle that is being mentioned, that Cragmaw must have owned, and is also currently linked to these ruffians at this time. For you, Vlad, there is a certain realization that I'm going to message out to you later tonight.
Okay.
As right now, I really need to get going.
Yeah. Should we wrap up
Mhm.
here and we can just continue roleplay in the channel?
Yeah,
shared
if you
roleplay?
want. If you want to, then you're more than free to do so. At this time, we will go ahead and call for it. As we kind of leave off with you all discussing the details, there is just this growing sensation that the more that you realize the situation itself, the closer you feel, but yet also the further you feel away from the actual truth. That there's still a lot of more details that need to be figured out, but you at least feel like some answers are being, or some questions are being answered. But yet, as you dig more throughout this, you do realize that there is an impending threat that is going to be occurring within the village itself that leads you towards thinking the manor should definitely be investigated upon. But that's it for this time, as I'll go ahead and we'll call it for right now. And which, honestly, this is a really fun session. I enjoyed this.
Yeah. All right. Well, that means that it is time to raid on out here.
I know someone who to raid on off to. Let's go ahead and raid on off to Yo What's Poppin', as he is currently playing Stardew Valley.
Alrighty. And there. Yeah, let's give him a nice double raid here, shall we?
Oh yeah, double raid. And so I do just want to let you guys know that thank you guys so much for hopping on in today. Really appreciate it. And this was a really awesome time as a whole, just being a part to just get some little fun things revealed. So if you guys are a subscriber to either me or Breaker's channels, or you have any sort of raid emotes, then go ahead and let's spam them against Poppin'. And my raid message is going to be Club Penguin Screes Stage Right.
Scree stage right. Ree.
Exactly.
All right. And there. And my message is going to be the shadows have come to play with your favorite emotes, everyone.
Yeah. So go ahead and give Poppin a big hello for me, for us in general. And at least on my end, I hope to see you guys next time. And take care, y'all.